Brooklyn News Live begins right now. Here's Jackson Mitchell.
And a good morning to you all. I'm Jackson Mitchell, live here in Brookland, Arkansas, in Brooklyn News headquarters. With that, we've got so much news to get to on this Monday morning, 9:33 a.m. here Central Time. We are going to catch you up on the news that's happening, but there has already been a press conference this morning that we missed because in New York, a 9-year-old girl went missing. An Amber Alert was issued for her before she was found dead. The father has since been arrested. We'll have more updates on that. But first, to this press conference just moments ago over in New York.
My name is Robert McConnell, and I'm the BCI captain for the New York State Police in Troop J. I would like to thank members of the media for being with us today. I'm joined to the podium by Zone Commander, Captain Gary Denise, Assistant BCI Commander of Troop G, Lieutenant Andrew Cornell, Acting Director of Forest Protection, Dave Patcher, Deputy Commissioner, Matthew Franklin, Acting Colonel Brian Gillis, Captain Scott Daly from the Department of Environmental Conservation of Public Protection. The New York State Police and our partners is currently investigating the homicide of Melina Fratolin. I want to remind everyone that this is an ongoing investigation, and this information is preliminary and subject to change. On Saturday, July 19th, 2025, at approximately 10 o'clock p.m., Warren County 911 received a call from a man reporting his 9-year-old daughter missing with a possible abduction in the area of exit 22 of I-87 Northway in Lake George. The child was identified as Melina Fratolin, age 9, and the caller as her father, Luciano Fratolin, age 45. The New York State Police and Warren County Sheriff's Office immediately responded to the area of exit 22 of the Northway and initiated investigation and attempt to locate Melina. On Sunday, July 20th, a search detail comprised of officers from multiple agencies conducted an organized search in the town of Ticonderoga, New York. In an area Mr. Fratolin was suspected of having visited. During that search detail, at approximately 10:50, members of the New York State Police Forest Rangers located Melina deceased in the shallow portion of a pond. This investigation has revealed that on July 11th, 2025, Mr. Fratolin and Melina, both residents of Montreal, Quebec, legally entered the United States for the purpose of a vacation. They are expected to return to Canada on Sunday, July 20th, at which time Melina would be returned to the custody of her mother in Montreal. The mother and Mr. Fratolin have been estranged since 2019. The child resided full-time with her mother, and Fratolin visited with the child when in Canada. At about 5:30 p.m. on July 20th, Melina is observed with her father on video surveillance in Saratoga Springs, New York. At about 6:30 p.m., she spoke to her mother on the phone and told her she and her father were en route back to Canada. The child appeared to be in good health and did not indicate she was under any duress. The investigation has determined sometime after Melina's phone call with her mother and before Mr. Fratolin's 911 call, he allegedly murdered Melina and left her body in a remote area where she was later discovered by law enforcement. Initial reports from Mr. Fratolin of a suspicious white van in the area of the alleged disappearance was proven to be untrue. The suspect has been charged with murder in the second degree and concealment of a human corpse. He was then transported to the Essex County Correctional Facility where he was held pending arraignment. The suspect is scheduled to be at Ticonderoga Town Court this morning for arraignment. Melina's cause of death is pending the results of an autopsy, which is scheduled for later today. This is certainly a difficult case and a heartbreaking investigation. On behalf of the New York State Police and our law enforcement partners, I want to offer our condolences to the family of Melina. I would additionally like to thank our partners with the Warren County Sheriff's Office, Essex County Sheriff's Office, Warren County District Attorney, Essex County District Attorney, the Montreal Police Department, Department of Environmental Conservation, the Ticonderoga Police Department, and the FBI for their assistance in this investigation. If any member of the public has information regarding the death of Melina Fratolin, I encourage them to contact the New York State Police at area code 518-783-3211. I will now answer a limited number of questions I ask for your patience, as due to the active nature of this ongoing investigation, I am limited with respect to how much we can release at this time.
Do we know motive?
The motive is still under investigation.
What led you to believe that, what was the first sign that there were inconsistencies in the story?
Yes. So the suspect's initial account is that he had pulled over in the area of exit 22 in Lake George, pulled over into a parking lot to urinate. His initial report is he steps away to a wooded area, returns to the vehicle, and at that point, his child is gone from the vehicle. He reports a suspicious white van fleeing the scene southbound. During a subsequent interview, he then reports two unknown males forced her into a white van. That lead was thoroughly investigated and disproven.
Do we know the cause of death yet?
The cause of death is pending the results of the autopsy, which is scheduled for today. Go ahead.
Do you know anything about his mental state of health?
We have no information that there's any issues with mental health. No.
And you say that he was estranged from his wife. Do you know if he was authorized to travel alone with his daughter?
He was.
Does Mr. Fowler have any criminal record in the U.S. or Canada that you're aware of?
He has no criminal history. He has no domestic violence history either.
How cooperative was Luciano in the discovery of her body?
I cannot provide any information with regard to that at this point.
How will it work since they're both Canadian citizens? How will you try?
I don't want to speak to the prosecution, but he'll be charged and prosecuted in New York State.
What led you to Ticonderoga?
I don't want to divulge too much with respect to law enforcement technology or the tools we use, just to say that we focus our search area at Ticonderoga based on inconsistencies in his initial account, as well as some technology available to law enforcement.
Where did the 911 call emanate from?
The suspect,
No, geographically. Where was
Warren County.
it? Was it in Lake George though, or was it?
It was the area of Lake George, correct, in the area of exit 22.
Forgive me if this was already covered. What are the charges?
Murder in the second degree and concealment of the human corpse.
In terms of the Amber Alerts, I know there's been reports of some people getting it, some not. Can you just tell us what the process was in issuing the Amber Alerts and what time?
I don't have the time in front of me, but I can tell you just any time an Amber Alert is issued, there's a balance between providing prompt information to the public, but also ensuring that information is accurate and reliable. We don't want to numb the public with unvetted alerts. So in this case, it was difficult to confirm some of the initial information provided by the suspect.
Do we know what reason they were visiting the U.S.?
It was just a vacation. It was a planned vacation. They visited a couple locations in Connecticut as well as New York. They were most recently in New York City.
You said surveillance was in Saratoga Springs. Was that the last piece of surveillance you received, or was there anything more than that?
That's correct.
Could you just go over the timeline one more time?
I do not have the timeline in front of me.
What was the surveillance? Where was that? Was that a business or?
It was at a restaurant.
Do you know about how many officers were devoted to this search?
I can't give you a number. It would be measured in the dozens. The Warren County Sheriff's Office sent every resource available to investigate this right at its inception. Same with the New York State Police. We had us in conjunction with the law enforcement partners. We had aviation, drones, K-9, investigators, uniformed troopers. Every resource we had to bear, we applied in this investigation.
Where will the arraignment be held today, and do you have a time?
I don't have a time. It's scheduled for today in town of Ticonderoga Court.
Just to clarify, you said the body was found in shallow water?
In the shallow portion of a pond in a remote area. That's correct.
What area was that?
We're not divulging the location at this point.
Did it appear that he had tried to conceal the body?
Yes.
How do you think the response was? You had a multi-agency search in a very short period of time. How did that work for you? How do you think that went?
Public safety is always our number one priority. While these cases are very rare, they are incredibly tragic. And I just want to ensure the public that the New York State Police and our law enforcement partners will always utilize all available resources to apprehend any offenders that endanger children.
Can you talk at all about how difficult this case was involving a 9-year-old girl?
It was very difficult. It's very emotional. I was at the command post.
Alrighty, a press conference there from moments ago in New York, providing an update, kind of telling us when things happened, and kind of what that, excuse me, when things happen and aligning with the timeline that the father provided, whether it didn't align with the timeline that the father did provide. I wanted to kind of update you guys on kind of a summary of what police have just told us. They say, I'm just going to read directly from my notes here, so I'm not going to be looking directly at the camera. They say the father of 9-year-old Melina Fronelin called 911 saying his daughter may have been abducted and is missing. The father says that he pulled over to use the restroom in a wooded area when a white van was seen leaving the scene, and 2 men forced his daughter into the van. Police investigated the lead, found it false, and found Fronelin dead in a shallow area of a local pond. The father was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and concealment of the corpse. In between all of this, an Amber Alert was issued before later deactivated. So that press conference there just moments ago, pretty interesting, and really just an interesting story overall to see what occurred here. The press did ask a question asking, hey, was the father, does he have a history of domestic violence or even a criminal history? He has no criminal history and no past domestic violence related incidents. So of course, this all still under investigation, but pretty interesting to hear that from the official there. Okay, so authorities there providing an update on that 9-year-old girl who was found dead. So if you guys stand by here, because we are going to have much more news coming around here, because we are awaiting a visit from U.S. Secretary of State, wrong button, Marco Rubio. He's going to hold a press conference with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos, so we are standing by for that to come about. We are also going to hear from Secretary Pete Hegseth, I believe. We may have already heard from him. If we have, we're working to get a fee. We heard from Christy Noem on another story we're following. We have so much we're following this hour. We are going to get to all of it. So what we're going to do here, sneak in a quick commercial break. When we come back, more news at this hour. You're watching Brooklyn News Live. And welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. It is Monday, almost the top of the hour. We are going to go over now to a shot that we had from earlier today when the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem provided an update on an off-duty CBP or Border Patrol officer who was shot in that Manhattan park. We are following the details of that still at this hour. What we know is an off-duty U.S. Customs and Border Protection officer was shot in a Manhattan park on Saturday following an apparent robbery gone wrong. New York City police and federal officials said, we'll read the Truth Social statement from President Donald Trump in a few moments. Here's DHS Secretary Kristi Noem along with Tom Holman standing beside her.
Sanctuary City and to policies and to change their tactics right now. Their job is to take an oath to protect the public, to out there every single day, provide for each other and to try to live the American dream, and they want to do so safely in their own communities. How many more lives will it take? How many more people have to be hurt and victimized before we have public safety be a #1 priority in some of our largest cities? When I look at what Mayor Adams city to see the families that have suffered because of his policies.
Okay,
we can look across this country at other mayors. We look at Mayor Wu in Boston and what has happened there under her watch. What's happened in L.A. with the riots and the violence and the protests that have gone on because of Mayor Bass and what she has perpetuated. When you look at Mayor Johnson in Chicago and how devastating it is to live in that city and some of those poorest communities, how they suffer every single day with the violence that's in front of them, just because these individuals are protecting criminals. They're protecting criminals who go out and murder, rape, rob. They perpetuate violence on our children. They traffic them and drugs and damage this country every single day under the protection of Sanctuary City and governors who put in place these policies that allow them to perpetuate these crimes with no consequences. What I would say is today, my hope is that this would wake up.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I did not realize the feed in the audio was so bad. That was my first time listening to this at all. I'm going to switch the feeds out to our secondary feed here because that was straight from the Department of Homeland Security. And I'm not sure, it wasn't my feed at all. And I'm not sure the messing with the, not sure what the messing was with the audio, and you could see like weather or something on the computer. So it's a few issues there. Okay, we've updated that feed. Should be better in some manner. Give me just a moment, and we will get you back out there to this precedent over. There we go. So Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now walking out there. Let's turn the audio up. Audio should be a little bit better, providing an update there
Good
on
morning,
that
everyone.
off-duty
I'm Kristi Noem. I'm the Secretary of the Department
officer
of
shot
Homeland
in that
Security.
Manhattan
And
park.
we
Let's
just
listen back in
recently,
here.
in the last couple of days, have had one of our own that has been attacked and has been harmed and dangerously by violent criminals that have been run loose here in New York City, but also in this country, as a result of Sanctuary City policies and the policies of the Biden administration. I just want you all to know that we have our hearts and our prayers going out with our officer and with his family and his friends, and we'll be lifting him up in prayer for his quick recovery and his healing from this terrible tragedy that has befallen him. Listen, our officer was off duty on Saturday evening when him and his friend were attacked. They were attacked by two individuals that were set on robbing them, and thankfully he had his service weapon with him and was able to defend himself and his friend and injured one of those individuals that was trying to do them harm. His quick action speaks to his tenacity and his excellence in training and skill, and because of that, one of the perpetrators was wounded in this interaction and was incarcerated when he came in to get medical treatment. One of the suspected attackers, the one that was injured, his name is Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez, a Dominican national that was entering into this country illegally back in 2023. He was then released back into this country by the Biden administration. Miguel Francisco Moro Nunez is and has a rap sheet that is a mile long. He was arrested. He was charged with grand larceny and also assault. The state of Massachusetts has an active warrant out for him for armed robbery with a firearm. He also has many other charges against him, such as kidnapping and witness intimidation. There's absolutely zero reason that someone who is scum of the earth like this should be running loose on the streets of New York City. He was arrested 4 different times in New York City, and because of the mayor's policies and sanctuary city policies, was released back to do harm to people and to individuals living in this city. Make no mistake, this officer is in the hospital today fighting for his life because of the policies of the mayor of this city and the city council and the people that were in charge of keeping the public safe. They refused to do so, and now we have the situation on our hand where someone who has dedicated their lives to protecting the public is now fighting for his own. I'm calling on every single mayor and sanctuary city and sanctuary governor to change their policies and to change their tactics right now. Their job is to take an oath to protect the public, to protect families that are out there every single day trying to provide for each other and to try to live the American dream, and they want to do so safely in their own communities. How many more lives will it take? How many more people have to be hurt and victimized before we have public safety be a #1 priority in some of our largest cities? When I look at what Mayor Adams has done to New York City, it breaks my heart to see the families that have suffered because of his policies. We can look across this country at other mayors. We look at Mayor Wu in Boston and what has happened there under her watch. What's happened in LA with the riots and the violence and the protests that have gone on because of Mayor Bass and what she has perpetuated. When you look at Mayor Johnson in Chicago and how devastating it is to live in that city and some of those poorest communities, how they suffer every single day with the violence that's in front of them just because these individuals are protecting criminals. They're protecting criminals who go out and murder, rape, rob. They perpetuate violence on our children. They traffic them and drugs and damage this country every single day under the protection of sanctuary city and governors who put in place these policies that allow them to perpetuate these crimes with no consequences. What I would say is today, my hope is that this would wake up these individuals, and they would recognize that they can't keep letting these dangerous criminals go free. They can't continue to let these individuals be brought in for crimes they're committing against the public and then releasing them right back onto the streets with no consequences whatsoever. Fortunately for us today, our officer survived. He survived. He's going through a very difficult time, and I would ask that you respect him and his family and his friend who was with him and what they have gone through. But I would also say that we can't guarantee that the next victim of these dangerous criminals will be treated the same or will be able to get through this dangerous situation. We were able to bring the second individual in and have detained him as well, and he will face consequences and hopefully strong prosecution for his crimes and his involvement on Saturday night. But my hope is that we can continue to, when ICE is out in our communities and they're lodging detainers against individuals that are in this country illegally perpetuating crimes, that we would have a city like New York City start to honor them and allow us to bring these criminals to justice, allow them to get them out of our communities so that they can't continue to hurt people like we saw on Saturday night. We still have a lot of work to do. We've seen violence against our officers go up over 830% just in recent days because of the rhetoric out of politicians and the rhetoric out of individuals who are letting this victimization go on and on against the public. So I would call on everybody today to recognize what can happen, how in one moment someone's life can change, their whole family can change. And it is happening every day across this country. And this officer and his family, while today they are suffering, they still continue to serve the public and recognize that they want to go back out and make sure that they're doing all that they can to uphold the rule of law in this country. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that our officers out on the streets have the equipment and the training and the resources and the backup that they need to do their jobs, but they should never have to deal with an individual who was arrested 4 different times for violating the law and then released. And that individual was released on the streets of the city because of Mayor Bass's policies and because of his city council's policies and because of politicians who talk big and then people get hurt. People get hurt, and in many cases they end up losing their lives. Let's hope that that's never true and that today is the day that those policies change and people get the courage to make sure They're making the decisions that actually do protect people going forward. We're going to bring the perpetuators of violence to justice. President Trump has promised that for the American people, and he's going to follow through on it. I'll do all that I can, and I'm so grateful to have partners like Rodney Scott with me from Border Patrol and Protection, and also with Tom Homan as the borders are. We'll continue to work to make sure that we're dealing with the violence that we see on our streets, but we also recognize that here in these sanctuary cities, it's much more dangerous because of the politicians who aren't taking responsibility for what they're doing. They're setting the American people up to become victims of crime, and it has to stop today. I'd ask you all to keep our law enforcement officers in your prayers, their families, as they face the environment that they do every day while they do their job. This officer wasn't even on the job. He was out enjoying a beautiful evening with a friend of his and was a victim of crime, and it ended up with him mortally and seriously wounded, and he is going to, because of the great care of the doctors that are taking care of him today, pull through. But our prayers are going to be with him and his family as they work their way through this situation. With that, I will turn it over to Rodney Scott, who is the Commissioner of our Customs and Border Protection.
Okay, you have been listening in there to Department of Homeland Security Christy Nolan providing an update on that off-duty CBP officer who was shot in that local Manhattan park, blaming it on policies of the New York City Democratic mayor, blaming it on those policies. We are going to turn to some other news this hour because later today we are expecting the sentencing for Brett Hankinson, the officer who fired about 10 rounds, none which hit Breonna Taylor in this no-knock warrant that was served in 2020 at Breonna Taylor's home in Louisville, Kentucky. She, if you guys remember, Breonna Taylor is the woman who was shot at her apartment. 8 rounds were fired directly into her by officers after police of local Louisville, Kentucky police conducted a no-knock warrant, meaning they don't announce before they come in. When officers approached the home, went into the home, Breonna Taylor's then boyfriend was there with a weapon. He fired shots, calling 911, saying he believed that someone was breaking into his home. At that point in time, officers fired back shots, 8 of which hitting Breonna Taylor, though none of the shots from Brett Hankinson hit Breonna Taylor. But he is being tried for essentially breaking civil rights of Breonna Taylor for firing into the home. I'll tell you, I'm looking at my notes here. The sentencing recommendations from the U.S. Department of Justice for are just 1 day in prison, which has, of course, brought stark criticism from Breonna Taylor supporters and her family, saying she deserves that officer deserves to be in prison longer. Though the Justice Department is citing that he did serve 3 years. I'm sorry, that he does have some time served, not 3 years. Don't use that, but rather has some time served because he was arrested following the death in relation to the death of her. After his 1 day in prison, it will be followed by 3 years of supervised release and $100 fine. The Justice Department citing that he has no criminal history. So we are going to be monitoring that event today. I do have a interview I want to show you from Brett Hankinson from ABC's Good Morning America host Michael Strahan. It's a pretty interesting interview. It's worth listening to. It's nearly 10 minutes. We will try to watch all of it. We'll see where we go from here. But I watched it this morning trying to catch up and get ready to come on the air for Brooklyn News Live. And I have to say, it was an interesting interview and was very noteworthy. Here is ABC's Good Morning America.
Right now, we're going to go to our ABC News Courier Journal exclusive interview. Michael, you sat down with one of the Louisville police officers involved in that Breonna Taylor shooting.
I did, George. Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, he was one of the officers who burst through the door of Breonna Taylor's apartment on that fateful night in March when she was with her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. Mattingly was shot and badly wounded, and this is the first time he is speaking publicly. Her death sparked nationwide outrage and anguish. 26-year-old medical worker Breonna Taylor shot and killed by Louisville police officers shortly after midnight on March 13th while executing a search warrant. Officers investigating a suspected drug operation allegedly linked to her ex-boyfriend. This morning, for the first time, Sergeant John Mattingly sharing publicly what he says happened that night.
So we get up. I remember banging on the door. It's open hand, hard smacks, bam, 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 bam. First time didn't announce. Just hoping she would come to the door so everything was quiet, neighbors wouldn't come out.
Can you hear anything from inside the apartment?
Not at that
when
point.
you're doing that? Okay.
Not at that point. So after the first bang, nothing happened. I banged again. I yelled, "Please search warrant, please search warrant." You're yelling this.
How many times do you yell that?
Probably 3 times with each bang. There was a total of 6 bangs, 6 different knocks at the door while we're doing this.
There were 7 officers on the scene that night. One said he thought he heard movement inside the apartment.
He said, "Stop, I can hear somebody coming up to the door." So we stop, we listen, nobody says anything. We yell again, "Please search warrant, open the door if you're there, please search warrant." And finally I look back at my lieutenant who's in the stack back here, and he goes, "Go ahead and hit it."
Even as you're hitting the door with
Yelling,
the ram,
"Please
you're
search
yelling.
warrant." Yes, everybody at this point.
Everybody.
Because that's what we do.
All 7 of you.
All 7 that I know of. It sounded like it. That's the typical how it goes every time. And that doesn't change.
Kenneth Walker said that he and Breonna were screaming, "Who is it?" Said they never heard any announcement that it was the police. And what do you say to that?
Maybe he didn't.
But there are also 11 neighbors who said the same thing that he said.
Those 11 neighbors also said we didn't knock. Kenneth Walker says we knocked. The other witness says we knocked. So if you didn't hear us knock, you're not going to hear us announce.
Mattingly says once the team enters the dark apartment, he sees 2 figures in the hallway. How far away from you?
About 20, 25 feet, probably, 20, 25 feet. And as soon as I turned the corner, my eyes went straight to the barrel of this gun. I could see the tip of it, and my eyes just focused in on it.
Breonna's boyfriend, 27-year-old Kenneth Walker, a legal gun owner, fired a shot. Later telling investigators he fired because he didn't know who was bursting through the door. An FBI ballistics report saying it was Walker's bullet that struck Mattingly.
As soon as I felt the smack on my leg and the heat, I boom, 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 returned 4 shots. From start to finish, from the time I got shot till the time I'm on the ground and heard that last volley of shots, 12 seconds total.
I don't know what's happening. Somebody kicked in the door and shot my girlfriend.
Where was she shot at?
I don't know. She's on the grill right now. I don't know. Help! Oh my God! Yes, help!
What's your name, sir?
Mr. Walker said, "I just fired a warning shot. I thought someone was breaking into my apartment. I was aiming down because I don't want to kill anyone." That was his statement.
He wasn't shooting at the ground a warning shot. He's pushed out with 2 hands, looking straight at me. I saw his gun. Our postures were the same, looking at each other when he fired that shot.
Only one officer was wearing a body camera during the execution of the warrant that night, but it wasn't turned on because Mattingly said it wasn't police procedure in these types of situations. Do you believe if you had body cameras, this wouldn't have happened?
No, the incident would have still happened, but it would have been shown on camera what happened. This wouldn't even be an issue. This wouldn't be a case. You'd never hear about it. Michael Strahan would never know about this case if we had cameras on that night.
How would you have done it differently if you could have?
We would have either served the no-knock warrant or we would have done the normal thing we do, which is 5 to 10 seconds, to not give people time to formulate a plan, not give people time to get their senses so they have an idea of what they're doing. Because if that had happened, I'm telling you, Mike, if that had happened, Breonna Taylor would be alive.
You believe she'd be alive
100%,
if that had happened?
I
If you
believe she'd
had
be alive.
just stormed in?
Yes.
And not given them time?
I do.
Say her name!
In the months following, protests erupting across the country. Celebrities like Oprah and Beyonce calling for the officers involved to be arrested and be criminally charged with Breonna's death. What was your feelings watching all that unfold after this?
Mostly frustration. And the frustration came from our command and from the mayor's office because there was so much disinformation out. Because this is not relatable to a George Floyd. This is nothing like it. It's not an Ahmaud Arbery. It's nothing like it. These are two totally different type incidences. It's not a race thing like people want to try to make it to be. This is a point where we were doing our job. We gave too much time. When we go in, I get shot, we return fire. This is not us going hunting somebody down. This is not kneeling on a neck. This is nothing like that. And I know I'm not going to sit here and act like playing the big victim card. But I mean, I was a victim in this as well. My family has been a victim in this. They have had to go in hiding. They have had death threats. When somebody sits back from their mansion and accuses somebody they don't know of being a racist and being a dirty cop and being a murderer, when that's not the case, that does affect you.
You were called racist. Are you racist?
No, not at all.
Do you think there is a racist divide between the community and the LMPD?
I think there are people who stir things up and make it more of that, because when you're dealing with criminal element, you know, you talk about racial profiling. Good police, anyway, police I've worked with don't racial profile. You criminal profile. Let's address the fact that just because you're black, you're a threat. It's not the case. I'm not scared of you.
Well, that's how black men feel. That's how black women feel.
But does that make it real?
If it's how you feel, then it's real.
No, not necessarily.
So what is the difference between criminal profiling and racial profiling?
Criminal profiling is when you get to know an area, okay? When you work in an area long enough, you can tell by people's demeanors. If you pull up beside somebody and they don't make eye contact, they swerve off, there's just different elements of people's psychological game that they put out that you can tell when you've done something long enough.
So basically, it's a feeling.
Not just a feeling. I mean, it's a feeling that goes along
Okay,
with...
so an interview that I found so interesting. Now, that is a total different officer, but just putting into play this case altogether, so interesting. So interesting. Something that you don't even realize it's been like 8 minutes that we sat here and watched this, because it's so just I don't know, it's something that you don't want to stop watching because it is so just I don't know, what's the word for when you don't want to stop watching something? I'm sorry. You don't want to take your eyes off of that because it is so just striking to hear that officer, that supervisor, say things of that nature, saying, you know, that Breonna Taylor would not have been dead if they would have just waited 5 to 10 seconds, which was the usual rule, to go in, to not allow for a plan to have been made by those inside the home. Now, since this whole entire Breonna Taylor incident has occurred, the Louisville, I believe it's LMPD, Louisville Metropolitan Police Department, don't hold me to that, but they have since removed no-knock warrants. Today at about, I believe it's 12:30 Central, we are going to see this, the sentencing for Brett Higginson, and we will be monitoring that, and when it comes, we'll take you there. I do want to go now, though, over to the White House, where we are watching a vigil for Texas flood victims occur. That's a live look there at the White House. A vigil being held for Texas flood victims. Is there audio? Let's listen in here for just a moment. This is live at the White House, a vigil for Texas flood victims.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Cassidy DiPaola with the Make Polluters Pay campaign. We're here today to honor the 27 children who lost their lives in the devastating floods in Kara County. They were away at summer camp doing what kids do at summer camp. They were playing, they were swimming, and they were feeling safe. But part of honoring the children who lost their lives is demanding action to ensure that this never happens again, because this wasn't just a climate disaster. This was a preventable and politically charged crisis. So we're here to make several demands. The first demand is to call on Congress to immediately restore all funding to NOAA, to FEMA, and to the National Weather Service that made this crisis worse. We're also here to call on Texas Governor Abbott to demand that he releases all funds immediately. He has the power to do so today. Families need support immediately. Instead, he's trying to attach the funding to legislation that is deeply partisan. We will not stand for that. We want funding and we want support now. Our last demand is to make polluters pay for this crisis. The fossil fuel industry caused the climate crisis, and they're making it worse every day. We're at the White House because they're meeting with Donald Trump and the Trump administration to demand immunity from any type of accountability, and they're actively lobbying to cut the funding that our communities desperately need. I'm here standing in solidarity with Texas parents who don't want their children to be victims of another crisis. Please join me in welcoming Samantha Gore.
Hi. Can you hear me? Is this working? Our hearts are broken to be here today, commemorating the lives of 27 children who should be at home right now, recounting the adventures they had at summer camp. They did not die as a result of natural disaster. They died as a result of choices, terrible and deadly choices made by Kerr County officials, made by the state of Texas, and made by the Trump administration. It is so deeply unfair that these children had their lives taken from them, that these parents had their children taken from them. And we owe it to them and to all families to speak honestly about why they're no longer with us, and to make sure that no more children die because of our government's failure to protect them. Since Trump took office, NOAA and the National Weather Service have lost over 600 staff. Weather balloon launches, flood modeling tools, and emergency communication systems have been suspended or scaled back in many regions. These cuts directly affected Texas. Key Texas weather offices are understaffed, including those responsible for issuing flood alerts. Emergency coordination at the local level has been weakened due to reduced federal support. Congress just made it worse. In the most recent budget bill, Republicans, led by Texas Senator Ted Cruz, added a $200 million cut to NOAA's forecasting and public alert programs. These cuts were not in the original House version bill, but were inserted late in the Senate process by Senator Ted Cruz himself. Trump called us evil for asking why these children died in a flood that was predicted more than a year before it happened, who were drowned hours after alerts came out about risk to life. Evil is defunding our National Weather Service, NOAA, and FEMA, the agencies that we need to protect our children. Evil is using our tax dollars to fuel a climate crisis that is killing us. Evil is destroying our renewable energy industry, the only way out of the worsening climate crisis. And evil is profiting from all of the above. As a mother in the richest country in the world, I should not have to worry every night that I won't get flood warnings in time to save my family because our government defunded our National Weather Service and NOAA. This is insanity This is so dangerous. This is not leadership. It's a combination of cowardice and corruption. All parents should understand that we have a way to stop the climate crisis from worsening. We have all of the technology we need to transition quickly off of fossil fuels and onto renewable energy. But we lack real leadership in government to get it done. This is not a partisan issue. All people's lives are at risk. Nobody is safe from this. And all parents need to come together in this moment to demand our weather services are fully funded and demand an end to the climate crisis.
Repeat after me. People gonna rise like water. People gonna rise like the water. Gonna fight this crisis now. Gonna fight this crisis now. Hear the voices of our great-granddaughters. Hear the voices of our great-granddaughters. Climate justice now. Climate justice now. People gonna rise like water. People gonna rise like the water. Face this crisis now. Face this crisis now. Hear the voices of our great-granddaughters. Hear the voices of our great-granddaughters. Climate justice now. Climate justice now. People gonna rise like the water. People gonna rise this now. Hear the voices of our great-granddaughters. Climate justice now.
So you are listening in there to an event at the White House where those there are calling for justice for the many kids dead, calling it a climate crisis, saying that they should not have to worry that they will not be alerted in time to save their children. So we are going to continue monitoring that there over at the White House as it continues this afternoon. We have so many headlines that we are following, and we are going to get to everybody up here. So you're hearing someone else now speak. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Prone to floods. However, government failed at every level, federal, state, and local. These children did not need to die. The community did not need to suffer these atrocious losses. Since the 1960s, the United States has been a leader in weather science, in climate science. Countries around the world have copied our warning systems. You've seen now what happens when this warning chain breaks. We demand that our government act as real leaders, restore funding to NOAA, restore funding to the National Weather Service, fulfill your end of the social contract, be true leaders, and allow us to live in a country where we can rely on weather prediction in 2025 so that we can survive the climate crisis that this government has created. And please do not kid yourself that this is breaking news, that there is a climate crisis. The big oil industry has been preparing for this since the 1970s, since the climate data has shown that the Earth's temperature will rise and that severe weather will increase. So please educate yourself about this. Please prepare your communities for this. That's my most important message. It is clear the government is behind the 8 ball on this. You have to prepare your communities. Parents have to come together. This can happen in your community. Demand that the government fully fund the National Weather Service, but also prepare your communities now. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take this time to, you see the headlines on the left side of your screen. So much we're following this hour, including a meeting we are expecting with Marco Rubio and the Philippine president. We will take you to that when it happens. So be ready for that. We got a lot coming up on this hour of Brooklyn News Live. It's almost 10:30. We've been watching so many events. We haven't taken a break since the top of the hour, so that is exactly what we are going to do now. Sneak in a quick break. We got much more coming up. You're watching Brooklyn News Live. And welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. My apologies. We are having some technical difficulties with our feed there live at the White House. So if you saw that loading screen, I'm trying to fix it, but it looks like we're still having some issues with it. Okay. Live look out in Belgium, or Brussels, rather, in Brussels, Belgium, where at this hour they are holding this type of parade. They're holding a parade. So you see their fire trucks, as they're called in the US, passing by. It is the Belgium National Day Military Parade. That is in Brussels on Belgium's National Day. So, a live look there at that parade. As it continues to pass, you see the crowd there watching. We'll continue to watch it and see if anything happens there. So, just a story that's happening at this hour that we thought we would bring you. So, still ongoing over at the White House. Let's go there now, where we are watching this vigil for victims of the Texas flood. Let's go ahead and listen back in, but I will note there are still 3 missing after flooding. Let's listen back in here live.
Your kid, our kids will continue to be at risk. Caregivers should not be bearing the burden of this alone. We need lawmakers at every level of government to be asking themselves, how can we learn from this disaster? How can we protect kids and communities from the future climate disasters that are coming? For a start, as you've heard already, we need to restore funding for agencies like NOAA and FEMA. We also need a rapid clean energy transition and a deep commitment by government and civil society to hold fossil fuel companies, banks, and insurers accountable for the crisis. If we as a society, as a nation, are comfortable ignoring this basic moral obligation to prioritize children's safety, health, and their right to thrive, then we've lost our compass, we've lost our way. So let's use this moment to do better, both to honor the children we've lost and to protect the children who are still with us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kale Lerman. I am a Texas mother and a former Hill Country camper and counselor for many years. And if you have had the absolute pleasure of being in the Texas Hill Country, you know what a magical place it is. Carrying these trunks that represent all of the girls that were lost at Camp Mystic across this field this morning brought back so many memories of carrying my own trunk across a field filled with excitement, a little bit of nervousness at what was to come over those 2 weeks. And it is such a blessing, such a pivotal moment in childhood. And for these girls to not have come home to their mothers is unthinkable. As a mother myself, it's absolutely unimaginable to think about what they are going through in this moment. And we have the ability to predict these things and prevent the loss of life by refunding the National Weather Service and NOAA. So it is simple. We are here asking that those two things be refunded so that we can protect our children. Climate change is here. It is not a topic of discussion anymore. We are all experiencing it, no matter what background you come from, no matter what political affiliation you are a part of. Climate change is here and it's real, and we need our government to fund the services that allow us to protect ourselves and our communities, our families, so that we can stay as safe as possible in these really challenging times. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Texas dad, not a Texas mom. I live in San Antonio, closest big city to the affected area. My nephew was evacuated. I spent countless days on the Guadalupe, playing, sliding down the Ingram Dam. It's a magical place, and this is a great tragedy. But this is what's coming for every community in America. So if you think it's just this one place, it's coming for you next, okay? You think you're safe. No place is safe. It's not climate change, it's a climate crisis, climate catastrophe, okay? And what we're seeing on a local level, on a state level, and on a national level is it's not mere incompetence. It's you have government officials who actually don't believe in government, who ruin the agencies they're in charge of so that they can privatize them, okay? And we're here to say no thank you.
Okay, we want to be really clear about our demands today. We're here as parents demanding that our federal government restore funding to FEMA, NOAA, and the National Weather Service. We're here to hold polluters financially accountable. We're here to get the government out of bed with big oil. And we're here to protect kids and communities from the worsening climate crisis. Thank you.
I'm going to give you a line, and you say, we rise. The people. We rise. The people. We rise. Up from the wreckage. We rise. With tears and with courage. We rise. Fighting for life. We rise. That's the message to leave today with, and that's the message of our song. Join us in singing, We Rise. We rise. Humbly hearted, rise. Won't be divided, rise. With spirits to guide us, rise. With hope in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. We rise. All of the children rise. Elders with wisdom rise. Ancestors surround us rise. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. We rise. Up from the wreckage, rise. With tears and with courage, rise.
Alrighty, you have been listening in there to a vigil at the White House for Texas flood victims. We are following a number of other stories this hour, including this one over in Boston, Massachusetts. Soon, we are learning that we could hear from alumni of Harvard on the $2.6 billion in funding cuts outside a Boston court. The alumni calling these cuts from the Trump administration illegal, now being faced in court. We are monitoring that story and will continue to do so. We are going to sneak in a quick break. You're watching Brookland News Live. Welcome back in to Brooklyn News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell, back live in Boston, Massachusetts, where you're taking a look there at outside of a Boston court where we are expected to hear from alumni on the 2.6 billion in funding cuts that they are calling illegal. I'll tell you, this is happening now, a hearing inside the courtroom on the freezing of the 2.6 billion in funding cuts. We will tell you what's all happening in that hearing in a little bit. But again, live look there in Boston, Massachusetts, where we are watching this story as it continues. So we are following some other news this hour, though. If you'll stand by, we'll get right to it. Sorry, every time we got a new story, I have to change what the bottom of your screen says. So that is why there's often times when I have to kind of drag on a story for a little bit longer than maybe you would want to, just to so we can listen in there. Okay. A live look here at all of the stories we're monitoring this hour. Maybe. Okay. Scratch out. We're not going to go to that feed because it has just cut out on us. But what we are going to do is talk about a story that is continuing to be talked about, and that is the Epstein files. This story, my apologies for the music, has done nothing but cause more chaos in the Trump administration. President Donald Trump now saying that this story, calling it the Epstein hoax. I just want to bring you guys back up to date here. Let me bring my notes up to make sure I'm mentioning everything, every piece, every conversation that has been had since. I wonder if I'm able to. I sure am. Sorry guys, I just realized I could do something new that I've not yet used. I'm able to pull my notes up a little closer to the camera, so it doesn't look like I'm looking so far. I'm able to add notes that way too. Okay, let's talk more about this Epstein file story. President Donald Trump has asked for the Epstein story to calm down. That is what sources are reporting, though the results of a client list comment from the Attorney General Pam Bondi have not pleased Trump supporters. I have a video that I want to show you guys of Pam Bondi on Fox News and then her backing up the comments, and we'll add some more context to that. Take a look at this.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that.
Okay, I'll pause it there because I want to note something. She says that that's being reviewed. This next comment, you'll realize that maybe she meant that she was saying the entire file. Maybe she wasn't just meaning this so-called client list. I'll keep listening here.
Was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies. I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
So then you have, I did not mean to use that transition. My apologies. Okay. Then you have Attorney General Pam Bondi there saying, backing, I don't know, you could say backtracking her comment. I think you could use that language there. Kind of backing up her comment, saying that's not what she meant. She meant that the entire file was on her desk to be reviewed. The reason that this has become such a big deal is because the DOJ and FBI released a memo together saying, hey, there is no such thing as a client list. That's something that we just figured out. There is no such thing as that. So, that is something that has been brought up in the news the last little bit. Donald Trump asking the story to kind of calm down, even though you have many Republicans breaking with the president, including Speaker Mike Johnson in the House of Representatives, saying, hey, he thinks that all of the files should be released. So That story is continuing at this hour. We'll see if anything comes out of it today. I want to go to something that I said I was going to talk about earlier, and I never ended up doing it. I want to go back over to that CBP story, that Border Protections officer who was shot and or kind of in a robbery gone wrong. He was shot in New York in a Manhattan park on Saturday. So I want to go back over to that story if we can, because Donald Trump released a statement over on Truth Social that I do in fact want to get to. If you guys will give me just a moment here, I'll pull it up on your screen. It's just going to take me just a second. There's the right button. So, Donald Trump did release a statement on this, so I want to get to it. He said, and I'll begin quoting him here. Let me just zoom this in. He said, last night in New York City, an incredible CBP officer was shot in the face by an illegal alien monster freed into the country under Joe Biden. He was apprehended at the border in April 2023, but instead of being deported, was released. The CBP officer bravely fought off his attacker despite his wounds, demonstrating enormous skill and courage. The Democrats have flooded our nation with criminal invaders, and now they must all be thrown out, or in some cases, immediately prosecuted. In that we cannot take a chance that we are able to come back. That's how evil and dangerous they are. That is from President Donald Trump on that Border Protections officer that was shot. I just remembered that I had brought it up earlier that I wanted to mention that story and never did. So there was that story there. We will continue to follow it. I wonder if I'm actually able to. Let me change something here. Let me go back here and see something. So if I see it while we're on the air, then it'll turn into something. So don't want these stories to turn in. Okay, we could do that. Maybe okay. So oftentimes I'll just kind of give you guys kind of what I'm talking about here. Oftentimes, we see like after I share my screen for so many minutes, it'll just like go, the whole thing will go white and it'll stop loading. I don't know what the problem is. I don't really know. It's just a problem that we've seen faced. So we're going to continue to monitor that there. A live look at the White House at this hour there, 11:48 a.m. Still a little early, almost 12 o'clock there on the East Coast. 10:48 here, almost 11. We have a lot of news expected to come at 11. We are going to see a press conference from NASA and ISRO, a joint mission there. We are going to try to listen to that. It depends, because I know we're also expected to see some more news come in at 12 when Secretary Marco Rubio is meeting with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos. Then we also have this news that Hakeem Jeffries will speak sometime after the 11 o'clock hour here in Brookland. So lots of news continuing to monitor this hour. You're watching Brookland News Live. We are going to head on to break. We'll leave you on a live look at the White House here. Okay, my apologies for leaving you guys on break so long. I'm sorry. I was searching for different news events and feeds that we are able to watch. My apologies. Lots of news still coming this hour. We're taking a look live. They are at that Harvard University but I'm sorry, but outside the Boston courtroom, as we are expected to hear from alumni on there's I believe it's $2.6 billion in funding cuts from the government to Harvard. We will continue to monitor this live feed here, and this is the feed we have over on this mission that's expected to come. Oh, let me change some things. Live feed on this mission countdown preview to launch from NASA in the NISAR. So we are watching that feed there. Lots of news occurring this hour, so much that we are watching. We've talked about a lot as well. We've talked about that CBP officer who was shot off duty in New York City, Manhattan Park, and that presser we watched by New York officials on that 9-year-old girl who was found dead. We've talked about the Epstein files. We do have some news in on Ishima Shigeru from Japan. He has lost his majority. From my notes here, I'm gonna read this. Japan's Liberal Democratic Party, or the LDP, lost its majority in both houses of parliament. For the first time in 70 years, the loss attributed to rising living costs and stagnant wages weakens Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's position, especially as he navigates trade negotiations with the U.S. So, all something that we are monitoring there. Let me check if we still have. I want to go live out to I'm sorry, this will not be live, rather just moments ago out to, give me a second, I gotta pull up our feed here, make sure that the information we're giving to you guys, because this is not live. I want to go live over the, I'm sorry, it's not live. I don't know why I want to keep saying that. Moments ago, Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, was taking questions from the UK Parliament. I want to go live out there as he did exactly that. Or, I'm sorry, I want to go out there where he was doing exactly that. This was just moments ago in the UK Parliament.
For every child to be lifted out of poverty, Prime Minister, will you agree that they need to live in a safe, warm, secure home? Remember the tragic case of Awab Ishak, the 2-year-old that died in Rochdale in, frankly, unsuitable, uninhabitable conditions of damp and mould. And it's welcome that the new government has set its priority on tackling this issue. Prime Minister, when this new regulation is highlighted and brought in later this year, are you confident that this legislation on tackling damp and mould will be enforceable?
Yes, I think it's really important, and thank you for highlighting it, because it was a terrible case that in this country, in these times, anybody could die in those circumstances. So that's why we made the pledge to put it into law. We've put it into law, and we will. I don't think we can simply say that that law on its own will do all the work that is needed. That is why we've strengthened what we've put in place for standards in housing across the board, including checks on landlords to do things like electricity safety checks as well. So yes, I'm confident that it's the right law. Yes, I think it is enforceable and will be enforced. But I don't think in any of these fields to do with either housing or poverty, there's one silver bullet that solves all the problems.
Because one of the issues, Prime Minister, you may be aware, is that a number of landlords, including local authorities, are saying that they're struggling in terms of the funding and enforcement to carry out those necessary checks. We've heard that the courts, we know that there's a backlog in the courts in terms of residents bringing forward those cases. So just coming back to that enforceability, Prime Minister, as a lawyer, you know, for anything to be enforceable, it has to have the right protection around it. So just wanting to know if there's been discussions and that interdepartmental discussions to make sure that these cases are escalated when tenants bring them before the courts.
Yes, there have been, and one of the ways in which I've set up the work of government is to have key ministers on key commitments reporting in to me for a stocktake on a regular basis, where we go through progress, what measures are in place, etc. And housing, as you would expect, is one of those. There are 6 areas where we have these regular stocktakes, and housing is one of them. So the Deputy Prime Minister and her team come into number 10. We have a session where we go through a number of different issues, but decent standards and housing and enforceability is among them.
Okay. You'll recall last time we met, Prime Minister, I asked you about the government's decision to freeze the local housing allowance. And coming back to the issue around child poverty, this is an area which is keeping many children and their families in poverty because they cannot afford the rent. The recent data from the local government association responsible for all councils shows that there's a funding gap of around £7 million over the last 5 years. This is a key area pushing many people more into poverty. So I asked you again, Prime Minister, do you think that that was the right decision from a government that's ambitious on tackling child poverty?
Look, I think I defend the decisions we've made. Obviously, we head into the autumn. We will get to another budget, and there'll be a chance to look again across the board. But we certainly made the right decision first time around. I think I'd also emphasise something I touched on last time, which is, in the end, with housing, we need to build and make available more housing across the board. There simply isn't enough, and that
But
means
the
the price
starts,
goes
Prime
up.
Minister, you may have seen are quite low. We're not building those houses quickly enough, and we will see more people and more children in poverty. We can't build our way out of this crisis. So in the interim, what more can the government do to help alleviate that poverty
Well,
that families
as I
are
say, there'll be
facing?
a child poverty strategy which we're setting out in the autumn. We will go into the budget in the autumn as well, and alleviating poverty is a priority of mine. I do think that we need to build more, though, and we have to build more because we've had a problem for many years of not building enough social and affordable housing in this country. And until we crack that problem, we will never be able to get to the fundamental roots of the failures here. And that's why, on that issue in particular, I'm pressing the Deputy Prime Minister very hard.
Prime Minister, on that though, when homes are built in expensive parts of the country, it's very hard for social landlords to afford to buy them at the rate they would need to make sure that the rents are truly affordable rents. So is there anything that on your radar about how you're going to ensure that not just the supply of housing, but the supply of really properly affordable social housing is...
Yeah, that's why we've made a commitment within the building commitment for social and affordable housing and put down £39 billion, which is the biggest amount that's
over 10 years.
Put behind. Well, yes, but...
I'm just to be clear.
Well, I appreciate that, but there is always the duty of government to deal with the here and now, of course, but also to deal with the mid and long term. And one of the big problems, in my view, of the last 14 years is nobody did the mid and long term. So we lived with the ever-decreasing cycle of failure and short-term sticking plaster, and I'm determined that we're going to cut through that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister.
Good afternoon.
Just following on from Florence's last question on local housing allowance. Some 45% of households now face a shortfall between the local housing allowance they receive and the rent they pay. Some local authorities top this up, and that's costing them in aggregate £204 million. But when we did a study, the PAC did a study on this way back in January, your officials at DWP could not tell us what effect the freezing of these local housing allowances would have on increased homelessness, because there must be an effect.
Well, I hope that since then they've provided you with a letter or some further evidence. If they haven't, I shall make sure I do after this session. But in relation to homelessness, That is also an initiative led by the Deputy Prime Minister. It's one of the priorities that I've given her, and we have put a lot of money, so £950 million, into more temporary accommodation. That's money straight into local authorities, because often it's a lack of temporary accommodation that is one of the causes of the problem. And overall, we're investing £1 billion in reducing homelessness, and that involves a lot of preventative work. So there is a central focus on homelessness, quite a lot of money being put behind it, but particularly focused on this question of temporary accommodation available to local authorities.
So if I could just stick with homelessness a minute. We discovered that the cladding remediation levy was sucking up so much of developers' funds that the affordable housing starts in London last year, from a fairly low base, I accept, dropped by 90%. Yeah. That surely is not going to help either the people who are made homeless or your overall effort to reduce poverty, is it?
No, and we need to drive that up, and that's a problem we've identified and are working on. Obviously, we've got to do the necessary work on cladding. That's got to be financed, but you're absolutely right that we need to turn that number around and drive it up. And so the Deputy Prime Minister is across all these issues of housing.
So one of the hardest things I found in our inquiry was that at June 24, almost 6,000 households with children were being housed in bed and breakfasts, of which almost 4,000 were over the 6-week limit. I just ask you, Prime Minister, to imagine what it's like living in B&B with children, especially over when you're having to get out probably at 9 o'clock in the morning and not come back till 6 o'clock in the evening. It must be pretty hard. And of that, so we found that 39,000 households were living in occupying temporary accommodation outside their normal home area. So there will be people living over the 6-week limit with B&Bs, with children, outside their area, trying to struggle to get to schools or work or whatever it is they have to do. I really wonder what would you suggest you can do to begin to solve that problem?
Well, firstly, let me acknowledge it's a real problem, has a huge impact on families, and not just the physical aspects of living in those conditions and the cramped and small circumstances, but also in very many cases the ability of a child, for example, to get on with their homework and get on at school. So it has not just immediate short-term consequences, it has longer-term consequences, because those same children, once they're struggling at school, will then struggle further down the line in school. That is why it's important that we have put the extra money into temporary accommodation for local authorities to make sure there's a wider range of accommodation. Now, you can't fix this overnight, but you're absolutely right, it needs to be turned around for all the reasons that you've identified, and I absolutely understand.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
just on that, Prime Minister, every homeless child means a child missing school, a child missing out on a vital and welcome breakfast club that your government have committed to, a child or adult missing out on those extra hospital appointments because they don't have a safe and secure home to go to. We are seeing councils at breaking point because of the additional money spent on temporary accommodations. A number of councils declaring bankrupt because of temporary accommodation. This is not sustainable. And I come back to some of the measures that have been taken by the government. So just to ask, do you feel, Prime Minister, then, that we do need to have an urgent reset in local government funding to look at these long-term solutions and key pressures facing councils up and down the country?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, let me say we have put £1 billion into homelessness. That is a huge amount, more than any government's put in for a very, very long time, for precisely the reasons that have been identified by this committee. So there's an absolute commitment on homelessness, and the money was put there in the budget and the spending review to make good on the commitment on homelessness. On the wider question of local authority funding, yes, I do think it needs a review. I've long thought it needs a review, amongst other things. We need multi-year settlements. There are no end of local authorities that say to me, because it's a year-on-year allocation of money, we can't use the money as effectively as we might otherwise be able to do. There are, I don't know how many local authorities who say to me, until you fix, as we are now doing, the no-fault eviction problem, you'll have a homelessness problem, and the bill will be picked up by local authorities. That's why we brought in the provisions to get rid of no-fault evictions. So I absolutely agree with you. This needs reviewing each change. We've started the process of change. And they would be, as it were, the top contenders that, for me, of what we're getting on with to bring about a material change as quickly as we can.
Okay, that's good. So it'll be good
Sorry
to know
about the
when we'll
feedback
expect to
there.
see
Keep taking my earpiece out and forgetting when I needed to talk to you guys. So, let's go live out to Harvard, or this Boston courtroom, where we are expecting some type of press conference from the alumni of Harvard. Looks like things might be getting ready here. Looks like it's underway right now. Let's listen in here. Alrighty, you hear him there saying they have not started yet, possibly just testing out some audio noises. We'll go ahead and keep listening in there just for anything. Okay, so we'll monitor that because in just a moment I know it is going to get underway, but I want to go live out to the House of Representatives. Take a look there. You see representatives speaking on the House floor.
Sacrificed and what they fight for. I reject that message. To every transgender service member, I salute you. I thank you. I see you, I honor you, and I will not stop fighting for a country that is truly worthy of your service.
So this is
Thank you,
Sarah
Mr. Speaker. I
McBride
yield
speaking.
back.
She's the first ever openly transgender woman to be serving in the U.S. House of Representatives. She represents Delaware. Let's continue listening in to the House here.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of the Alpena Community College, which is remotely operated and located in Alpena, Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula on the Sunrise Coast. And the Alpena Community College remotely operated vehicle team, the Aquajacks. You can't, I mean, what a great name. I mean, it tells you right there what they're about, who proudly represented Michigan's 1st Congressional District at the 2025 Marine Advanced Technology Education ROV World Championship hosted in Alpena, Michigan. Now, I'm going to digress for just a couple of seconds here on
Okay, live with the House of Representatives there. We will monitor that as the day goes on. We're also monitoring this briefing over in NASA. We'll continue listening into that as well. But I want to go now back over to Boston, Massachusetts, because it appears that Harvard alumni speaking there, or that event is getting underway, 12 p.m. now, over there on the East Coast. Let's go live there and listen in. Alrighty, so we will continue listening into this conference in monitoring it as it continues there. A live look there at that. I believe they said it was a professor there speaking, as well as the White House and Capitol Hill. So much ongoing. We were watching before the break. The House of Representatives. We will continue to do exactly that. Here in just a moment. We're also watching remarks between NASA and the NISAR or NISAR mission, so we will continue to do that, as well as so much ongoing on this regular Monday morning. It's 11:27 a.m. Still a lot to get to. A look at all of the feeds we're watching. Oh, give me 1 second. A look at all of the feeds we're watching this afternoon. Let me turn that live 2 down just a little bit there. So much going on there. We'll continue listening in to this. All of these shots. We got the House of Representatives, that event over in Boston where Harvard alumni is speaking. The NISAR and NASA mission, the White House, Capitol Hill, and that I Drive Arkansas camera. So much we're monitoring on this day. We are going to go to break, though. It's been a pleasure to be with you through the last little bit. Got much more coverage coming up right here on Brookland News Live. And welcome back into Brookland News Live. It is Monday at 11:32 a.m. Central Time. You're looking live on the right side of your screen at a Louisville courtroom. As we covered it a little earlier in the day, Breonna Taylor will be Brett Hankinson, will be sentenced there a little later in the day. We did our entire report on that a little earlier in the day. So a live look there at that courtroom. We will continue to monitor it and see kind of what information might come out of that. So lots of news there to watch, and we'll see there what comes out of it. Give me just a moment, because I believe we have some other news that's coming in this hour. Give me just a moment. We are getting in a feed because okay. Give me a second. We have some news that is coming in right now that we do want to go to. The Firefighters Association is protesting a staffing change proposal. The Austin Firefighters Association, they are saying that reduced firefighter staffing is causing safety issues. We have a live feed right now into this event. Let's go live there and listen in for just a moment. Again, the Austin Firefighters Association saying limited staffing is causing safety issues and protesting a staffing change proposal. Let's listen in.
Hopes to slash firefighter staffing to unsafe levels on 48 of our 50 fire engines, reducing firefighter staffing by 25%. This is outrageous. What is so outrageous is Chief Baker is on public record emphatically stating that you should never reduce four-person staffing. In fact, he states, if this unsafe action kills a firefighter, you wish you had 10 people on that unit. But now Chief Baker is fine with trying to convince council that reducing staffing unsafe levels is okay. So this is on the city manager and fire chief. The current council, 10 council members, while they're running for election, provided Austin Firefighter Association with statements that they will continue to support the 2018 four-person staffing ordinance. Our safety and the safety of the citizens is just that important. Now the firefighters expect these council members to keep their word and let the four-person staffing ordinance from 2018 survive. Now, in fairness to council, they look at it like the budget just came out last week, and they have to look at things and make a decision, and I respect that. But the city council, the city manager, and the fire chief is already going around telling them this is okay. So this is the firefighters telling you it's not okay. The firefighters have always been there for the Austin community. Many times we answer your call for help on the worst day of your life, and we give you what you need most. Trained firefighters and for showing up in force and solving your problems. Now the firefighters need the community to have our backs. Call and email City Council and the City Manager and demand that they support firefighter and citizen safety by maintaining the 2018 four-person staffing ordinance. If you go to our webpage, www.austinsafetyfirst.org, there's a tool that the public can use to click on one button and email all council members, the mayor, and the city manager. So go to that tool, www.austinsafetyfirst.org, click on it. It's an easy way for you to express your desire to support your firefighters that have supported you for so long. Now I want to introduce Edward Kelly. He's the general president, flew in from DC, the general president of the International Association of Firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Nix. Thank you for sounding the alarm in the city of Austin. Just as Because this union, just as the Austin firefighters have been sounding the alarm on staffing for 3 decades, longer than some firefighters in this city have been alive, on how important it is that when we show up, we can have $1 million fire truck, a $2 million fire truck. The most important thing we bring to a fire isn't water, it's not ladders, it's the people that can put that water on the fire, raise those ladders, and rescue people. Back in 2007, this city council, then sitting council, passed a resolution requiring minimum staffing on the AFD. And I want to read you a quote from that resolution. It says, quote, "Many studies, including ones carried out here in Austin, have shown that increasing firefighter staffing levels have a positive impact on safety and efficiency during fire department operations," end quote. Let me tell you, that's not just an opinion of a city council. The National Institute on Standards and Technology, NIST, studied these evolutions scientifically. And they were able to show that when you reduce a company, a fire company, an engine, a ladder, a rescue, from 4 to 3 people, not surprisingly, you lose 25% efficiency in whatever that evolution is. Whether it's catching a hydrant, running a hose line in to get water on that fire. As you know, as you can imagine, that's a critical step in life safety. Or whether it's forcible entry into the building, throwing ground ladders, conducting a search, effecting a rescue, 25% less efficiency. Now that's a fancy way of saying living or dying efficiency. Time matters when your house is on fire. Time matters when you have an elderly housing or an assisted living fire. You know, 40 years ago they did studies, and they showed that you had about 17 minutes from the time a fire starts in a home to safely escape that fire. Today, with all the synthetic materials we've added into the households, all the oil-based materials we've added, that time has been reduced from 17 minutes down to just 3 minutes. How fast we get there matters. The efficiency of our crew operation when we get there matters. It is a matter of life and death. The fact is, fires just burn harder and faster than they once did. We now have new technologies that introduce greater risk and hazard to us, like lithium-ion batteries, like I said, all the synthetics in the home. In the last 10 years, since 2014, 11 years, the deaths in fires in the United States has risen by 16%. It's actually more dangerous. It's more important that we have adequate crew size now more than ever. And let me tell you, that is what the national standard calls for. What this chief and this mayor, this town manager are proposing is to reduce the Austin Fire Department below national standards. That puts the citizens at risk, and we took an oath to protect them citizens, to die for them if we need to. Let me tell you about those citizens, the citizens of Austin. They are no different than the citizens of Fall River, Massachusetts. 7 days ago, last Monday, we woke up in Massachusetts to the realization that 9 elderly, infirmed people were killed in a horrific fire in an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. What became painfully obvious was that had the Fall River Fire Department been staffed up to those national standards of 4 persons, 4 firefighters per engine company, per ladder company, per rescue company, lives would have been saved. Instead, that death toll has now risen to 10. We don't want to have the conversation in the city of Austin after we've lost 10 residents of Austin. We want to have the conversation now. This is a conversation about priorities. Do firefighters' lives matter? Absolutely. We're willing to risk and die for the people of Austin, but we don't want to die needlessly. And we sure as hell are going to fight to make sure the people who make the decisions here in the city of Austin recognize the threat, not only to firefighters, but to the citizens of this city that we took an oath to protect, and we're not going anywhere. We're going to fight this fight to the end. So stay strong, Austin firefighters.
Thank you. Thank you, President Kelly. Thank you, President Kelly. We appreciate it. Now we have a special treat. Sarah Kuhn, Austin firefighter, speaking on behalf of the association, is going to tell you the story during the snowstorm where for a very short period of time they had to drop to 3-person staffing. We're not talking about cutting 48 fire engines 3-person for months and months and months. We're talking about for a very short period of time, her engine was down 3-person staffing. And during that very short sliver of time, they made a multi-fatality fire. And they had to make choices between firefighter safety and the safety that people are pulling out, the medical treatment, because of lack of staffing. Sarah, would you please come up? Sarah, come.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Kuhn. I have been in with the Austin Fire Department since 2012. I'm not a speaker. I'm not a politician. I drive a fire truck. This is way out of my wheelhouse, but it's so important to me that I felt like I needed to come up here and talk. I'm hoping to bring a human element to something that some may seem as politics. I've never fought fire in my near 13 years with 3 people. In fact, I've never run any call type, less than 3 people, I'm sorry. I've never run any call type with 3 people, but during that snowstorm, we had 2 minor emergencies. We decided the best thing for the citizens was to split our crew, and on the way back from one of those, we got an electrical fire that was then upgraded to a box alarm, which is a house fire. I was driving. My rookie, Miles, who was a couple months in, was on the back alone as a firefighter. As we pulled up to that house, what I remember was the entire right side of the house being all orange, completely flames through all the windows, nasty black smoke rolling out of the eaves. And when we rolled up, there were people from the house outside telling us there were 5 people still inside. And we talk about 2 in, 2 out, that we're not going to go, it's a state law, it's our policy, we are not going to go inside a home with less than 3 people, but there are exceptions to that. There are exceptions if there's an imminent rescue. If we know for sure there are people inside that we can help, we're going to go in. And this situation checked all those boxes. We made the decision. We have a saying, risk a lot to save a lot. As firefighters, we're going to risk our lives to potentially save other lives. We were going to go in and help. Miles couldn't be here today. He was the rookie on the nozzle firefighter, but he gave me an excerpt from his after-action review he made days after the fire and asked me to read it to y'all. I opened the hose line to cool the area above us while pushing farther into the home. Farther inside the house. I moved in that direction while flowing water. Once I got to where I heard the voice, I was able to search the general area, keeping my bearings, using the hose line as a point of reference. It was there I found the first victim and was able to pull her onto the hose as I drug her out, using the hose between my knees as a guide. While dragging her, I got caught up in the clutter and furniture that had fallen in my path of egress. I called out, my officer moved up from the front door, cleared the clutter, and assisted me to move the first victim. I made my way back inside to where I found the second person, using the hose as my only point of reference. The heat had considerably increased inside, so before moving the second person, I opened the hose line to cool the area. I then started working on moving the second victim and was having difficulty due to the clutter and her being stuck on something. I had to use the hose once again to cool the area and continue to try to move the second victim while flowing water. I realized I was not going to be able to do this job on my own, between keeping the fire at bay and also moving the victim who appeared to be stuck. I made my way out of the home and found 2 firefighters from Quint 27 at the front door, masked up, ready to help. I let them know where the victim was located, and we made our way inside. At this point, I was able to get back on the hose line and flow water to keep the heat back, while the other 2 firefighters were able to get the victim out of the building. There were plenty of lessons to gain from this fire, but the main one that stuck with me as a new firefighter was the importance of the 4th team member. Please remember, Miles wrote this 4 years ago. He didn't write this now. Was the importance of that 4th team member. With a 4th firefighter there, I could have continued to flow water, find the fire and extinguish it, while the other firefighter and officer could have moved the first and second victims out of the house faster, more efficiently, and under lower heat conditions. With a 4-person engine crew, water never would have stopped flowing, and the fire could have been brought under control, making the entire home more survivable for those victims trapped inside. As my experience driving the engine, I'm in charge of sending the water, I'm in charge of getting catching a hydrant, getting a hydrant, and bringing water into my engine. I had 500 gallons, so as much as Miles was flowing water, I had less than 3 minutes to make these decisions. I was outside alone. As Miles is bringing victims out that are still alive and laying them in the snow, I had to decide to step over these victims that were alive, that needed medical attention immediately, to get water for my engine, for my guys to keep fighting fire. Otherwise, I would have to tell them to back out of the house, because we were going to run out of water, and leave those other potentially 4 or 5 victims inside for their certain death. It is a terrible decision for someone to have to make alone. If I had my 4th firefighter, he could either help pull victims out or help give medical care. Instead, I had to make the decision of who we were going to treat and who we were going to let live that day. That is a terrible decision for someone to have to live with. But what's even worse is for that victim that was alive, that had just survived a fire, to be laying on the ground outside needing medical care and watching me either step over them and go get water, or decide that I was going to let the other 4 or 5 people inside that house die by pulling my crew out. Chief Baker said last week that we will meet NFPA 1710 minimum requirements of 16 or 17 firefighters on scene by reducing staffing. Eventually we will. Eventually we will have enough firefighters show up for a single family home, not apartment fires, not commercial fires, not anything else. For a small single family home, I didn't need help eventually. I needed help right then. Those victims needed help right then. I work on the east side. There are busy stations over there. My closest station to help me is 10 minutes away right now. And usually they're out. They're out running other calls. So we're looking at 15, potentially 20 minutes if this city is busy until we get help. That is not soon enough for eventually to have 16 or 17 firefighters minimum to come help us save lives. Yeah. And understand, today we are talking to you about fires. It's something to easily visualize, but understand this is for all calls. We run over 60 different call types as the Austin Fire Department, and with more than 30 medical calls, over 90 different call types. We have a 4-inch policy manual, and every single one of those operations policies in there are based on 4-person staffing. I don't know how to run a fire or any call type of less than 3 people. Or less than 4 people with 3. I've never done it. More than 800 of our 1,100 members have never done that in the Austin Fire Department. Due to budget cuts, we have already pulled people out of all of our admin positions and put them back on fire trucks. We don't have people. We have skeleton crews in prevention and inspections and training. Our committees aren't meeting. For us to run 3-person staffing would take an entire rewrite of the Austin Fire Department, and we do not have the people to do that. So I'm going to be practicing on your homes and your lives, and that is not something I want to do. President Kelly and Chief Nick said, there are a plethora of studies to back this up. They spoke of several I was going to speak about, but another one is 32% of live rescues are made when we get on scene and there are no reports of people inside. So due to that 2 in, 2 out state law, we're not even going to go in and look for 1/3 of the people that we could have saved until more people get on scene. That's 1/3 of the people that could live. This is studied, this is facts. 1/3 of the people that could live are going to die if we cut down to this 3-person staffing. The fact is, these policies, these ordinances, these regulations were written reactively after people died. I've been struggling with the words for the gravity of this situation, and I don't have them. It is unfathomable to me that we are going back to something we started studying in 1991, almost 35 years ago. These policies, these regulations were written in blood. Some firefighter, but mostly civilian. This is not a political issue. This is not a union issue. This is a public safety issue. It's about citizens picking up the phone on the worst day of their lives and knowing that the response they're going to receive is going to meet their needs. Thank you.
Alrighty there, so you have been listening again to firefighters of Austin Firefighters Association, their protest and speak against a staffing cut, telling their stories about how when staffing cuts and incidents when they were left with little to no staff, how much it troubled them and how much this is going to trouble them going forward. So that event still ongoing there. We will continue to monitor it. We're also monitoring maybe someone speaking in a little bit live at that state camera there at the White House. Lots going on. We will monitor it all. We also are awaiting a press conference from Karen Bass on the deployment of the National Guard. So lots we're watching. Let's go full out to this feed right here. I think this is the feed I really like to use. We're waiting on that KCBS feed to join us. I have Arkansas camera there live at the state camera. We're watching it. Just so much to be watching as we await for a number of events to occur here. So we are going to sneak in a quick break here. You have been watching Brookland News Live. Welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. It is Monday, 12 p.m. on the dot. A new hour has just begun. Our coverage will continue. I want to go and listen in here to, we were going to listen into the Firefighters Association, but we do have some news coming in right now. Let's go live now out to Los Angeles, where Mayor Karen Bass is calling for troop removal in Los Angeles. This is live from KCAL KCBS. Let's listen in as officials speak there in Sylmar.
Remind us what it means to lead with courage and compassion. Please join me in welcoming the Mayor of the City of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you very much. And also we want to congratulate our new chancellor of the Community College District. Good morning, everyone. I think that this is such an important morning because I often say to people in Los Angeles, we're not a city that interacts with the military on a daily basis like a lot of cities around the country. And I think it is just so critically important that we understand what it means when we have men and women who do not have a choice when they are deployed where they go to, what it means to have them deployed in this manner. And it's such an honor that I stand before you today with incredible men and women who have devoted their lives to fighting on behalf of our country and who all feel appalled at the misuse of our troops right now, the militarization that has taken place of the National Guard, the inappropriate deployment of the Marines to our city streets, neither of whom are trained and ready to do urban, whether you are doing crowd control or dealing with conflicts on a domestic basis. That is not what our Marines do. They are not authorized to make arrests. They are not doing the work of our local and state law enforcement. They're not trained to do that, and they were never needed to do that. There were recent articles that talked about hundreds of soldiers who were basically looking at video games and doing nothing, again, because they were not needed. I am glad that 2,000 of the National Guard were sent back home, but I think that we need to be sensitive to the fact that these men and women, especially in the National Guard, are part-time. They had to leave their families, they had to leave their employment, they had to leave their education. That's not what they signed up for. We need the National Guard to assist us and prepare for fire season, not for an inappropriate deployment where they are just guarding a building that is not under attack. But the administration, we know, has retreated on some of the forces. But we need all of the troops to return home and to not be here, to not be used as political stunts, to not be used to intimidate Angelenos, to not be used as pawns. But we want to end this deployment now, and that's what we're here to say and share with you. But in the speakers that come next have real stories that illustrate why this is so inappropriate and the consequences of it. Now, let me talk about what we should be doing in reference to our troops. When they end their deployments, when they end their service, you know that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of veterans who are homeless on our streets. We had 3,000 unused housing vouchers because the policy nationally had been up until recently that if you were a veteran and you took veterans benefits like your disability benefits, we counted it as your income, and then we said you made too much money, and we would rather keep a voucher doing absolutely nothing, not housing somebody. It took a year. We changed that policy, so now we can end veteran homelessness. And down from 3,000, we now are down to about 1,400 vouchers. So we are housing veterans. That's what we need to do. We need to take care of the troops so they don't have to rely on public assistance while they are serving, especially military families. And once they leave the service, we need to honor that service and not accept any veteran ever to be sleeping on our streets. So with that, let me introduce someone who I'm particularly proud to call a colleague in public service, and that is our
And you've been
state
listening
senator,
to a news conference from Mayor Bass talk about the National Guard troops.
Okay, my apologies. Can't help that it was, in fact, not necessarily interrupted, but rather, 1 second, you guys, 1 second. I'm working. Where? Oh, right here. Okay, sorry. Okay, can't help that it was interrupted. We'll see if we can. Let me see if I can get another feed. Okay, we have another feed of this press conference that I want to go to. My apologies for that being interrupted. We were watching a local news feed because we didn't have any other feed that was available for us at the time. Now we have another feed that is available. This one is going to be from KNBC, the local NBC station affiliate there. So let's one. See, it takes a little bit just to get these feeds on the airways, so we do have to change things each and every time. So, let's go back out live to this event from KNBC. Let's listen in.
Deployed to my backyard because we did not sign up to intimidate and potentially take military action against Americans on American soil who are exercising their constitutional right to protest. But they send young women and men into the same communities they were from, impacting the overall unit morale. Because we know from the many calls that came into the GI rights hotline, some service members did not want to support this action or play any role in ICE in deporting people because they consider immigrants part of their community or they themselves had immigrants within their own families. Others said that they did not want to point guns at citizens, and some even worried that this was getting us close to martial law. That fear came to reality when Marines made their first detainment in LA. And you know who they first detained? A veteran. A veteran that was running to make his VA appointment at the federal building. Or when the guardsmen were forced to stand alongside ICE when they detained another veteran during the recent raids in Camarillo. Like me, and so many first-generation Americans, we joined a military to fight and defend a country that our families were not born in, that our families had no roots in, to fight for a country that doesn't always fight for us. But we take great pride in being the first in a family of immigrants, proud to fulfill the dreams of our parents who wanted better for us when they came to this country. But that pride can rip when a country turns its back on you. A feeling I bet 3 male Marines felt a couple of weeks ago after a video went viral of ICE agents pouncing and beating on their father. A father who had 3 sons who decided to join the Corps while he was landscaping the IHOP in the OC. And while 10,000 guardsmen have been able to go back home, we still have service members deployed in LA literally doing nothing. I'm sorry, that is incorrect. They are doing something. They are wasting your taxpayer dollar. Because even Secretary Hegseth said this is going to cost us approximately $134 million and counting. $134 million and counting from a budget that just cut Medicaid. And what that translates to California is Medi-Cal, SNAP, CalFresh, kicking people off health insurance and putting them further into poverty. Our National Guard needs to go back to their jobs as first responders, as healthcare workers, as teachers, and especially back to their important role as the state's counter-drug task force. Service members detaining veterans, detaining the parents of fellow service members. ICE and masked men kidnapping people off the streets. People with all types of legal status getting detained with no criminal record. Raids have caused injuries, heart attacks, and just recently claimed its first soul when Jaime Garcia died trying to evade the immigration raids in Camarillo. This is why I stand here in solidarity with my Marine brothers and sisters, and this morning stand in solidarity with two of my Marine sisters, Janessa to my left and Jessica to my right, and my Army brother, Stuart, to my back right. Demanding that we release these individuals from this fake deployment, and let's make sure we return the trust and dependability that our armed forces have earned from our communities. And I'll end in saying this. Gregory Bovino, no, we will not get used to this. This will not be our norm, and we demand a change. I'd like to now introduce a friend of mine, fellow Marine officer Janessa Goldbeck, CEO of the Vet Voice Foundation.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chancellor. Good morning. My name is Janessa Goldbeck. I served as a combat engineer officer in the United States Marine Corps, and today I lead Vet Voice Foundation, a national nonprofit organization that elevates the voices of veterans and military families to have a say in our democracy. I'm proud to stand alongside the mayor and civic leaders today to raise a principled concern rooted in history, grounded in the Constitution, and shaped by the lived experiences of those of us who wore the uniform. The deployment of active duty Marines and National Guard troops to Los Angeles in support of domestic immigration enforcement is not a routine operation. It is a break with long-standing norms and a decision that should concern every American, regardless of political affiliation. Let's be clear, this is not a natural disaster. This is not a riot. This is not an emergency requiring rescue teams or engineering battalions. This is a civilian law enforcement mission, one that should remain squarely in the hands of civilian authorities. For nearly 150 years, the Posse Comitatus Act has served as a safeguard against the use of federal military forces in domestic policing. It reflects one of the core principles of our democracy, that the military does not enforce the law against the American people. Why? Because the job of the American military is to fight and win wars, not police American neighborhoods. When we blur that line, we don't just risk overreach, we risk something deeper, the erosion of public trust in both our armed forces and in our democratic institutions. We also risk doing harm to the very people who serve the young Marines and Guardsmen being deployed who didn't sign up to be pulled into political stunts. They joined to defend the nation, to respond to natural disasters, to serve with integrity. Putting them in the middle of a contentious domestic enforcement operation is unfair to them and counterproductive for the country. And let's also acknowledge the human reality of what this mission entails. Many of the individuals swept up in these operations are not violent criminals. They are parents, workers, veterans, people who have lived in our communities for years. Some have worn the uniform themselves. Others are the spouses and children of those who have. And to treat every immigrant as a threat, to call in the military as if we're facing an invasion, ignores both our shared humanity and the complexity of the immigration system.
Okay, so you have been listening in there to a press conference from LA City officials. We do want to turn now to some other news, though, live there at that press conference. We are going to turn to some other news, though. Moments ago, this video just in here showing the moment that Marco Rubio and... Let's roll the video, sorry about that. Showing the moment that Marco Rubio and Philippine President and the Philippine President met with each other. Sorry, I know his name, I just could not fully remember it. Philippine President Marcos met Ferdinand Marcos Jr. My apologies, had to look at my notes there for just a moment. The moment they walk in front of the cameras, then to just turn around kind of just for a moment for some pictures to see the two meeting with each other. They are meeting in D.C. according to my knowledge so far. Kind of hoping that they could meet a trade deal with the hard August 1st deadline approaching. So again, that video just in from moments ago there. at the State Department. I'm sorry, maybe the State Department. But in Washington, I believe. So again, Rubio at this hour meeting with the Philippine president. If any big news comes out of that, we'll bring it to you, of course. Let's go back out live though to this press conference from KNBC showing this all. So give me just a moment because I do need to change something really quickly just so we can. Let's go back out live though to this press conference with KNBC. Here we go.
And now I'm going to introduce Brandy Jones, Co-Executive Director and Organizing Director of Secure Families Initiative.
Hi everyone, thank you for inviting me to speak today, Mayor Bass. I'm Brandy Jones, the Co-Executive Director of Secure Families Initiative. I am also the granddaughter of a Black American Revolutionary War veteran. I'm also the granddaughter of a Black Medal of Honor recipient, and I am the spouse of an active duty service member. And I'm here to share with you what these experiences have taught me. What we are seeing on our streets today in Los Angeles is not what our military signed up for. It is not what our military is trained for. Marines are trained for combat, Marines are trained for war, and Marines are trained to protect and defend the Constitution. When our families see this deployment on our streets against our own community members, there is a cost for our families, and that cost is generational. When our families see our military members used as political props in front of government buildings for optics, that is not the service our families agreed to. We are here to say that in our community, we are hurting as well. There is a military spouse reaching out to me whose family who is serving is deployed currently in Los Angeles, and she just had a stroke. And the military, we do not have family medical leave policies. So that spouse is left alone, silenced, and without any help. We agree for these deployments to happen when they're in protection of our democracy, when they are in protection of our Constitution, but not as policy and political props. So we want you to know, as military families who serve, we want you to exercise your constitutional rights. When we see you exercising those rights that our loved one defends and protects, it makes us proud. It makes sure our service is not in vain. We are your military. When you see us used in ways that you do not agree with, that you think is unsafe or unconstitutional, please join the spouses at Secure Families Initiative that I proudly represent and myself in contacting your Congress member and reaching out to your senator, speaking your voice to your elected officials, and exercising all of the rights that we protect and sacrifice for every day. We are here in solidarity, and we would like to see this stop now. Thank you so much. I'm going to also acknowledge my colleague, Shalina Critchlow, our regional organizer at Secure Families Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shalina Critchlow. I'm a descendant of the Liseño Rincon Band of Indians and Santa Isabel Ipe Nation. I'm a regional organizer for Secure Families Initiative, and more personally, I stand before you as a military parent. Just last year, I watched my son deploy to the Red Sea. When the conflict in Gaza and Israel escalated, I felt a kind of helplessness that no parent should ever have to feel. A fear that grips your heart and doesn't let go. Last month, when I was in Los Angeles to do what every American has a right and duty to do, to speak out, to stand up, and to advocate for peace. But what I saw broke my heart. I saw our own sons and daughters in uniform, the same young people we raise, support, and pray for being used to face down their fellow citizens. That's not why they put on the uniform. That is not what our military families or our service members signed up for. Our military is supposed to serve all of us. They are the protectors of democracy, not pawns in a political game. Let me be clear. The men and women in uniform are not props. They are not tools of division. They are our sons, and daughters, our brothers and sisters, and they deserve respect, care, and leadership worthy of their sacrifice. So today, I stand as a first American demanding better for our troops, for our military families, and for our future. Thank you.
Voy a decir unas palabras en español. Voy a ser breve, pero tengo unos comentarios que hacer. Sí. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Alberto Román. Soy el rector del Colegio Comunitario del Distrito de Los Ángeles. Es un orgullo servir a los 9 colegios comunitarios de nuestro distrito. Me da un placer darles la bienvenida aquí al Colegio de Los Ángeles Mission College y como inmigrante y el primero en liderar este distrito con el consentimiento, experiencia y entender la lucha que enfrentan muchas personas y familias dentro de nuestra comunidad, especialmente aquellas personas que buscan en este país seguridad, oportunidades y una vida mejor. Aquí en el distrito estamos al lado de nuestras comunidades estudiantiles, emigrantes y todas sus familias.
Alrighty, so we have listening in there to a press conference in LA on the issues they are facing due to immigration. A life like there on the right side of your screen is the White House stakeout cam, possibly awaiting an appearance of some high-ranking officials. And a look at Capitol Hill. We're watching it all and monitoring it all this hour. It appears we have a speaker who is speaking first in Spanish, maybe in English in a moment. Could not yet understand what he was saying there at first. We'll continue monitoring it. We are going to sneak in a quick break this hour. You have been watching Brookland News Live. Alrighty, welcome back into Brookland News Live. We are monitoring, sorry about this, a number of things this hour. Give me just a moment, I gotta find it. It's called 5. There we go. Okay, you have just watched the end of that press conference there. We were going to tune into it for a little bit longer, but you see there that it did end. That feed that we were watching did in fact end, so we will monitor this. Another story we are monitoring this hour is over out of Louisville, Kentucky. Take a look there. That is the courthouse where I should say, sorry about the silence there. We are expected to see Brett Hankinson, the only officer that's been convicted in relation to Breonna Taylor's death. She was killed after 8 shots were fired toward her by law enforcement officials. None of the shots that Brett fired were the ones that killed. You can hear that ended up killing Breonna Taylor. Big news here being that the Justice Department is saying that I'm sorry for the silence there. That Brett Hankinson should only be in jail for 1 day, and then that would be followed by 3 years of supervised release and $100 fines. That is to come, I believe, at about 12:30. So here in about 4 minutes, we will see that there come from this hearing. So we will be monitoring this hearing. I know we're also awaiting a press conference from Hakeem Jeffries. Nothing yet has come from that, I must note. I'm watching it right now, and nothing yet has come at all from this. So I'll let you know if something does in fact come from it, because we are watching it with all of you there. So if anything comes about there, we will take you to that. Appears we might have some protesters here. I saw audio spikes coming, so I decided to turn it up here. Seems like just some regular protest. Unclear if it's for Breonna Taylor or for another case. We're also seeing if we could see any type of the press secretary, high-ranking officials over at the stakeout camera on the White House. As you take a look there live, we'll monitor it if anything comes from there. Lots of stories this hour. Mayor Karen Bass is now taking questions, but we did in fact lose our feed, so that is kind of a problem we're having right now. But I am going to see if we can get a feed into Hakeem Jeffries' press conference. Does not look like it. Does not look like we have it just yet. So we are waiting on that to come. The House will remain in recess until 1 p.m. Tomorrow, Central Time, I believe. So we are monitoring all of these stories. So much going on this hour. Trying to see if we have any type of other feeds coming in to us. Any other crazy news that is happening. Does not look like it right now. The British Foreign Minister is delivering a statement on the war in Gaza. That is coming in right now. Let's see if we can get a live look over there. This is the British Foreign Minister delivering a statement on the war in Gaza. Let's go live there and listen in.
Worth of every child on this planet.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that the Palestinian cause is a just cause, and I would ask the Israeli government to reflect again on international humanitarian law. I've got in front of me the Practitioner's Legal Handbook, and I'm hugely concerned that there feel to be breaches as I read through it.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The deaths of those trying to access aid in Gaza is truly shocking. However, the Foreign Secretary will be aware that the number of civilians killed is being disputed by Israel and there are suggestions of disinformation. Does he agree that one way in which we could establish what is actually happening is that the international media organisations like the BBC and Reuters were allowed full access into Gaza?
Yes, 100%.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Each time members come together for a statement on the Middle East, there's a new horror to comment on, a new inhumanity unfolding, a new form of strong words from the dispatch box. Last week, IDF shells hit a church sheltering 600 civilians. Several people were killed. The Pope called it barbarity. Yesterday, a World Food Programme convoy came under fire from Israeli forces, despite numerous assurances that humanitarian operational conditions would improve. Innocent Palestinians who were queuing for desperately needed food were killed. According to MSF, we're witnessing in real time the creation of conditions for the eradication of Palestinian lives in Gaza. So I asked the Foreign Secretary, where is this government's red line? At what point does our basic humanity require us to take stronger action? Many of us in this House think the red line was passed a long time ago.
Well, can I remind my honourable friend of the action that this government have taken and how we have tried to lead in the international community on this issue. But can I also join her in condemning what we've seen in relation to civilians? Page 28 of the Practitioner's Handbook on Conflict, Hunger and International Humanitarian Law makes it clear that parties to armed conflict must take constant care in the conduct of military operations to spare the civilian population, civilians and civilian objects. Clearly, that is not happening.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like others in this House, I'm frankly astonished at the statement of the Foreign Secretary. At a time when we've got daily lynchings and expulsions on the West Bank, dozens being murdered as they beg for aid, I'm just beyond words, really, at his inaction and, frankly, complicity by inaction at what is going on. He himself said there's a massive prison camp being constructed in the south of Gaza. He knows that leading genocide scholars from across the world now are ringing the alarm bells, and yet he has the temerity to show up to this House and wave his chequebook as if it's going to salve his conscience. Can he not see that his inaction and, frankly, cowardice is making this country irrelevant? Can he also not see the personal risk to him, given our international obligations, that he may end up at The Hague because of his inaction? And finally, really frankly, an appeal to the Labour backbenchers. We can't get your leadership to change their minds. Only you can, if you organise and insist on change.
Before I bring in the Foreign Secretary, can I just remind members that we have got other business to proceed to tonight. So please keep questions and answers short. Foreign Secretary.
I understand the fury that the right honourable gentleman feels, but I have to tell him, that it demeans his argument when he personalises it in the way that he does, and it is not, and it's unbecoming and not something that the House expects, particularly of more senior members.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, we've seen again images of children dying of starvation and malnutrition, and this comes after months of warnings by the UN system about the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's announcement of more aid, but we know the GHF will not allow more UK aid in. He said to me 10 days ago at the Foreign Affairs Committee that if there was not a ceasefire, he would consider further action against Israel. As we've seen, the Israelis respond to calls for a ceasefire by launching a new offensive in Deir al-Balah. What further actions will we take to try and end this catastrophic situation?
Can I just say to my honourable friend that we have actually been able to get some further aid in with the World Food Programme and of course that's important. And it is also right to say that with our funding of UK Med, we have been able to save lives, and of course we must endeavour every single day to make the humanitarian situation better.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 8th of July and was asked what would happen if we do not see a ceasefire in Gaza in the coming weeks. He was further asked whether the British government would take further measures against Israel. The Foreign Secretary was pensive and said yes. The British government would be taking further measures if the abomination in Gaza continued. Can he tell the House what those further measures are, or at the very least, when we might see them?
Yeah.
Well, can I say to the Honourable Gentleman, we are doing everything we can, supporting our Qatari, Egyptian and US friends to get a ceasefire. And he will understand that in looking closely at these issues, even if we are contemplating further measures, they work more effectively if you can coordinate allies.
Mr Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ground invasion of Deir al-Balah is the latest to add to the daily attacks of Gazans and further evidence that the conflict has gone too far. The Israeli foreign ministers have already rejected the joint statement signed by 31 countries, including our governments. Can the Foreign Secretary outline what additional specific steps he will take with others to bring about a ceasefire and secure aid to starving Gazans?
Well, can I say to Honourable Friend, I set out in my speech the action that this government has taken, and I stand by it. I regret that we have not brought a ceasefire. I have set out also the more aid that we are attempting to get in and how we're supporting the Palestinian people, including the Palestinian Authority, and I stand by that.
Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Foreign Secretary's watching in his statement today, he has refused to call it a genocide. He's refused to end all arms sales to Israel, and of course he continues to refuse to recognise the state of Palestine. So here's something he could do. On his watch, just 2 wee kids who've been bombed or shot by the Israeli forces have been evacuated to the UK for medical treatment. Now, the First Minister of Scotland wrote to the Prime Minister saying that we stand ready to provide hospital treatment to those children. Shamefully, the Prime Minister hasn't even bothered to respond. So will he do what his boss won't and commit the UK to making sure that children who've been bombed by Israel are treated?
Order, Foreign Secretary.
Can I say to the Honourable Gentleman that we have suspended arms sales that could be used in Gaza? And he should look closely at our export licensing regime, because much of it is not about arms. It's about, for example, equipment that we send to support NGOs and others who are in the area. And of course, I'm happy to look with the Home Secretary at what more we can do for children who are suffering.
A reaction camera there, but some heated moments, to say the least, there as the British Foreign Minister speaks on Gaza. What we are going to do here, sneak in a quick break, but we are... Okay, change of plans. This is live news for you guys. We've just gotten in our press conference from Hakeem Jeffries. Let's go live out to Washington, D.C., where we are now standing by a press conference. Let's listen in here for just a moment.
delegations, whether that's in California or New York or beyond, to explore what the opportunities and possibilities are in order to make sure that the congressional map in 2026 is as fair as possible.
You have been listening in to Hakeem Jeffries there speak at a press conference. We are going to continue to monitor this event, but that lower third already delivering the news that we have just learned within the last few moments. An image there showing Malcolm Jamal Warner. He's passed away at 54. He was an American actor known for his roles in The Cosby Show, Malcolm and Eddie, and Read Between the Lines. He did receive a Grammy Award for Best Traditional R&B Performance in 2015. This is a photo of him in 2007 with a mic in his hand showing just how much of an actor he was. Rest in peace, Malcolm Jamal Warner. Brookland News Live. We'll be right back. Lots of news still coming in this hour. We're still monitoring that Hakeem Jeffries press conference. Sorry about the audio there. Let's go back out live as Hakeem Jeffries is holding a press conference and taking questions from the press. Let's go live out there. Welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. You are looking live there at the British Parliament, where we are currently monitoring an event there where the British Foreign Minister is taking questions. Let me listen in for just a little bit.
Right Honourable Friend, what is the government doing to secure accountability under international law? And when will the government recognise the State of Palestine?
Well, can I remind my honourable friend and thank her for the strength of her feeling and her campaigning and championing of this issue in her constituency. But can I remind her that we are supporting many groups that are on the ground in the West Bank, documenting expansion, documenting violence. That work assists the United Nations and it assists the global community.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a narrative around aid, and we all want to see aid reach the innocent in Gaza, that Israel is blocking it. But over recent months, Israel has facilitated nearly 2 million tonnes of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And as of this morning, there were 700 trucks of aid that have passed from Israel and are sitting in Gaza undelivered. So will the Foreign Secretary agree with me that aid is getting through, and what needs to get better is the delivery?
I'm afraid I can't agree with that statement, and I don't recognise the numbers.
Marcus Campbell-Serviers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I understand it, Hamas want Egypt and Qatar, and also the United States, empowered as legal guarantors, not only for a 60-day truce, but also up to a signatory date of any final agreement with Israel. Can't America be prevailed upon to act as a guarantor beyond the final settlement? Hamas could be forced to reconsider its objectives under pressure from a population desperately looking for long-term security.
Well, I can say to my honourable friend that we're working particularly with Arab partners on this issue. Hamas have got to exit. They've got to step away from the governance of Gaza. But he is right. We cannot have a pause for 60 days. We need an enduring, permanent ceasefire.
Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza are being deliberately starved to death. Aid convoys are coming under fire. Children are being shot by soldiers, and schools and hospitals are being bombed. Could the Foreign Secretary outline what further war crimes need to be taken place until the UK government will sanction the Israeli government and sanction Prime Minister Netanyahu himself?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that he would struggle to point to any government of a major G7 or European state that has done as much as we have in office. We led the sanctioning of Smodrik and Ben-Gvir specifically because of their language and their behaviours in relation to the West Bank. And of course we have said that we keep sanctions under review, as he would expect.
Dame Chianwara.
I welcome the Secretary of State's statement with world leaders urging Israel to agree to a ceasefire in humanitarian aid. But I say to my right honourable friend, who as I know entirely sincere, that we have heard in this chamber, and indeed the British people have heard, urgings and demands and outrage, and yet the situation only gets worse, with more and more Palestinians dying, each life of incalculable value. In my adjournment debate in April, I asked what more we could do to help the Palestinian people. And when the Minister responded to me last week, he clarified, he made some useful clarifications, including that Israeli settlement goods should be labelled so British people can decide what they are spending their money on. But when it comes to the actions of the UK government, I have to ask my right honourable friend, is this it?
Well, in some senses, that is in the hands currently of those who continue to prosecute this conflict. But when she says that each life is of incalculable value, she is absolutely right. I have made more statements on this subject than any other minister has made statements in this House over the last year. And of course, my colleague, the Minister for the Middle East, has also made his lion's share of statements. The strength of feeling is well known, and I think it's reflected not just here, but across the globe. And Israel and the current course of the government is bringing the country into ill repute. That's what's happening.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week in Bogota, the Hague Group of Nations met, led by South Africa. Those nations pledged to support the ICC, to support the ICJ, to refuse all arms sales to Israel, to refuse the facilitation of arms to Israel, to refuse anything that enhances the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank. In short, global opinion supporting the Palestinian people. Will the British government also sign the Hague Declaration and support those group of nations determined to bring the world's attention to this, to end the genocide that's going on and the occupation that continues?
Well, I will speak to my South African counterpart about that issue, but can I say to him, we here in the UK support the ICC, and indeed it receives funding from British taxpayers and the ICJ. We also stand against what we are seeing in the West Bank and what we are seeing.
Okay, we're going to continue listening into that, but I just find it so fascinating how that works. But we've got another feed that is showing us some protesters possibly related to Breonna Taylor. She is the woman who has a woman who was killed by officers firing 8 shots on her when they conducted a no-knock warrant today. Britt Hakinson, the officer that shot 10 shots, none of which landed on Taylor. But I want to go over because I believe we might have some protesters. Let's turn the volume up here. We'll be very careful depending on what they're saying. Could be something a little vulgar. We'll be careful, you guys. But we'll turn it up for just a second. And it doesn't even look like we have any audio. Could be because they are saying vulgar things. I did see a sign when he was walking past that did say Black Lives Matter. So possibly in relation to Breonna Taylor, to say the least. We'll listen in here. Are they stopping the truck driver, or is the truck driver stopped on his own? Unclear here. Can't completely tell. Trying to watch. There's no volume or anything to the feed. I have it cranked all the way up, you guys. There's nothing to it. So we'll have to see here, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll monitor this, okay? We'll monitor that at the bottom of your screen, and stick with it. So let's go over to Capitol Hill, where the House will remain in recess until 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Then we have some other news coming about. I don't know why, but I really do find how they're working this parliament so well when they're asking these questions. I find that so interesting and fascinating. Not seeing any major news coming in at this hour. I will say there is a feed that we might go to because Orange County, California officials are speaking on the immigration ICE raids, which is like so we'll see if we do a feed into it, so stand by for it. And we've just lost that feed, so we actually don't have a feed into it. My apologies. So, lots of news coming in this hour, continuing to come in. It's kind of been I would say, a not so busy day over at the White House. Yeah, there's been news made a little bit, but not crazy news. Kind of a slow day. The most we had was at 12 p.m., I believe, or what? So 11 a.m. Central, or maybe it was 12 p.m. Central. I'm not exactly sure there. The president had his weekly lunch with Vice President J.D. Vance. So that's something to monitor there over at the White House as you take a look live there at the North Lawn. Watching it all. Lots going on. Got lots of visitors that we can see on that camera. And this is actually, if we zoom in a little bit closer, this is actually where I stood and looked at the White House. It was much more busier on the ground, at least, than it looks right now. Where I was, it looked a lot busier than this. I think I might have been at it in the heat of the summer, in the height of the summer, rather. So maybe that's why so many people were visiting it when we were, when me and my family took our vacation there, and we also went to New York and in Boston, Massachusetts. So, sorry, backstory there, just talking about kind of what's going on. So, back zoomed out, a big look at the White House there. Again, as I was just saying, kind of a slower news day there. We say that, and then something big will happen tonight. Or who knows? We'll keep watching. So, that is a live look there at the White House. We are going to take another break this hour. We'll have much more coming. You're watching Brookland News Live. Breaking news, everybody, breaking news. 1 second, everybody. We have police arriving at this scene, but we still have no audio. Let's check if we can get some type of other feed here. My apologies. You are looking there, a woman being in handcuffs and taken to the back of a police vehicle. It is unclear what happened here. There is no audio to these feeds that we are receiving, but a woman being arrested there. This is that live look in live feed there, because this is where the former Louisville police officer is set to be sentenced in the Breonna Taylor case. He is said to be sentenced for breaking the civil rights that Breonna Taylor has. You see her there kind of yelling some things. Still no audio. It's cranked all the way up. So as soon as we get it, we'll take you there. But that woman being arrested, it was just a few seconds literally into our break. I looked at the feed and police were rushing onto the scene. It's unclear how long they've been on the scene. Another person arrested there. Well, the question is here, is it due to them possibly blocking the traffic? There was this kind of look when it looked and appeared as if protesters were blocking traffic in some manner there. But again, this live look there as police, woman there asking police questions. Okay, we now have audio. We'll be very careful as to what we're sharing, but let's listen in here. Okay, I've turned it up pretty loud now here just to see what we'll get. Let me do this really quickly. We're just, again, this all just coming in here, so we'll see if we get some updates. But what I'm gonna do here is put the feed into another. Let me go back to when police arrived onto this scene. I think protesters maybe were blocking traffic, and that is why. Okay, so let's go now. Hold up. Yes, it looks like maybe they were blocking traffic, the light green, but they're standing in front of, jumping on cars. One moment, we're backing it up, jumping on multiple cars, chasing after them. I'm sorry you guys can't see this. Let's go now to this. This is just moments ago, over in Louisville, Kentucky. You're seeing that person being arrested there. This is the feed we got in from moments ago. Let's go to this side of things. We have that live feed, and then we'll put... Sorry, everyone. This is just news just coming in, you guys. So, no audio on this feed. That's something we got to note here. So no audio on this one, but we are... So let's go. Let's make it a 2-box here. So that feed on the right side is going to be the feed from moments ago. The feed on the left is going to be they look like they might be the same. Sorry, you guys. They look like they might both be from moments ago. 1 second. Okay, you guys, hold with me here. I'm sorry. We just added a 5th live screen that we monitor now. So, I mean, they were jumping on cars, so that is likely why they're being taken into custody here. Here we go. That should be a fixed feed. Now we can hear something. You see them jumping on cars there, banging on the hood. It's unclear exactly why. We'll go full screen there. That is what they were doing. Possibly examining and explaining why they might have been police arriving on the scene and why they might have been put into handcuffs. And this appeared to have happened to multiple vehicles. Back out here to where we have both feeds and are able to watch it. I think this might have happened multiple times, and you can see if you go, there's that second car they're jumping on. Specifically, this person appears to be a repeat offender when you talk about jumping on separate people's vehicles. Another protester touching their vehicle, trying to get them to stop. One woman throwing her hands out the window there. So much to watch here. This, again, just happening in the Breonna Taylor case. Yes, they were blocking traffic. Let's go. They were blocking traffic. This is moments ago. Their light's green, but they can't move because protesters are standing directly in front of their vehicles. I want to keep you guys watching both of these feeds. Attempting to do my best where we can watch both at one time here. So
that's gonna look real good for them. That's gonna look good today. Right? That's probably why y'all asses did it. Look at us over here arresting their aunties. Y'all are pieces of fucking shit, and I see your smart ass keep raising your bald ass fucking eye. Ugh. We got it all. Fuck y'all bitches.
Okay, here's some vulgar language there. Vulgar language. That woman there saying F them, but police appear now to be, some police at least, exiting the scene. And there's...
Free fucking Palestine! Free Palestine!
Now you hear chants of Free Palestine.
I'll be real, we did not need motherfuckers jumping on cars and shit. That's not what we need. We don't need people jumping on cars. And fuck all y'all! Yeah, fuck all y'all! Mostly that one. That's when it locked Bianca up right there. Oh yeah, especially you. Especially you. D. Kaiser the third.
Let's go... Okay. So we've got up to the point when police arrived on scene. Let's go full screen over. This is full screen now.
All these racists have to fall! Brick by brick! Wall by wall! Brick by brick!
Back to protesting.
All these systems have to fall! All these systems have to fall!
Let's listen here for just a moment. Hopefully nothing too vulgar is said here. We'll monitor their language.
All these systems have to fall! I hope you bitches have a heat stroke with all that bullshit on.
So now, police setting up here, outside this courtroom. So, to bring you guys up to date on kind of what we're seeing, I do want to bring you guys up to date on everything because it is kind of a little bit confusing. Give me just a moment. Turn that off and go back here. Okay, so this is outside the courtroom where Breonna Taylor, the woman killed in 2020 just before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, she was killed by officers serving a no,
Y'all can stay out here and film all you want.
no-knock warrant. That is when, 8 shots were fired into her, killing her. There's a lot that goes behind it. They serve a no-knock warrant. Her then boyfriend is there. He has his firearm on him. He fires at officers, saying that it was a, possible intruder. After that, officers fire back, killing, Breonna Taylor. Her boyfriend then, rather, on the phone, saying, saying that he believes there was an intruder inside the home and that his girlfriend was on the ground. Now, one of the officers, not the one that shot and killed Taylor, but rather the officer said to have broken Taylor's civil rights, is in court for sentencing today, and protesters have been outside throughout the time that we have had this feed, and they were seen jumping on cars outside. We were showing that feed from just a few seconds ago when this was all happening, so pretty interesting moment there occurring just a second or two ago, really. It was really something to watch, to say the least. Pretty much, we were in a commercial break, and then I take a look at the feeds that we had available, and police were pretty much zooming onto the scene of this all. So, they were seen jumping on cars, blocking off vehicles from the road, kind of pretty frustrated at traffic, to say the least. We are going to transition our coverage to a Brooklyn News special report. Please stand by. We'll be back here in just a moment.
This is a Brooklyn News special report.
Good day. If you are tuning into Brooklyn News Live, you may or not have just seen some footage where outside the courtroom where Breonna Taylor, the officer related in the Breonna Taylor case, is said to be sentenced today. Protesters have been protesting since we got a live feed outside that courtroom. Moments ago, they were seen jumping on cars before officers responded, putting them into custody. We want to show you both of those feeds that are coming in as we speak. Well, give me just a second here. Here is both those feeds on your screen. You'll see protesters there. This is before we had audio on the right side. So the audio you're hearing is from the live feed there. And that is when cars pulling straight forward They were seen being jumped on. That is a scene that we saw, and then moments later, police arrived onto the scene there for what occurred here. So, protesters jumping on cars, specifically one, two, and blocking traffic, making traffic come to a complete stop. That is what is so was noticeable about this is first is they made traffic come to a complete stop, and it is to my knowledge that the people that were on the sidewalk watching this are against the protesters that are they are blocking traffic because as we began to get audio, it was clear that there was some evident kind of border between the two and what their beliefs were. Maybe they're both protesters for the Breonna Taylor case, but it's unclear kind of where we stand on this. So I do want to bring you guys up to date. Essentially what's happening today in Louisville, Kentucky is a Brent Hickinson, the officer that has the only officer that has been found guilty of something in relation to Breonna Taylor. Essentially, his sentencing date is for today. He's not the one that fired shots rather that killed Breonna Taylor. He is rather the officer that has been found guilty at this point in time of violating Breonna Taylor's civil rights. He's being sentenced today. It was said to happen here. It was Eastern time, so it was 1:30. So it's now 1:30. So it's been nearly an hour in this hearing. We haven't had any results, to my knowledge, out of this. But we are now, we've seen protesters since they've gotten this feed, and it's pretty much ramped up since then. Let's go out full screen to our feed from just moments ago outside this courtroom. We're not to the point, it does not appear, where people are jumping on cars, but that is soon to come here. If you'll watch with me for just a moment, we will watch this in its entirety to make sure you guys are getting the full, here we go. So that light turns green and that truck begins to make its way towards traffic. Here comes the jumping on vehicles. Here comes that incident there. That woman jumping on the vehicle, laying on the hood, and then being pushed as the vehicle pressed on, banging onto the vehicle, continuously moving. It would be just 10, 15 minutes, maybe 5, 10 minutes later when officers would arrive on scene. You'll see that here in just a moment as well. So just want to make sure we're watching this in its entirety here, providing some commentary here for just a second because we were on the air for Brookland News Live when this all began to occur, and we had to jump on for Brookland News special report. Here comes a second vehicle of that woman, the same woman from the first incident, jumping onto this red Kia small SUV there, hands waving. At this point in time, we did not have audio of this incident, so we're kind of just watching in silence. And it remains kind of unclear if they're specifically protesting the Breonna Taylor's death. There is signs that I read, one at least saying Black Lives Matter, but the others towards the end of this were saying Free Palestine. We are also seeing some type of new developments over on our live. Wrong button here. Over on our live feed. I'll watch that on the other side of the screen to see if we get anything, because police have now staged things a little bit differently here. So we'll watch this. Yep. Police arriving there within just moments of that incident occurring. You'll see police, I mean, coming from every angle. They popped out of every place. This woman already beginning with officers, unclear what she was saying at this point, but this is what we saw. This is when I began to notice something and had to jump back on the air for breaking news. Um, Protesters jumping on cars and police arriving onto the scene at this current point in time. We'll keep listening in here for just a moment because we will soon get some type of audio off of this. And there goes the first woman that is placed into cuffs. And that is probably just about the time that we jumped on the air. Still watching her being placed into the patrol vehicle. It would be just a few moments later that the second woman that was in that red would be placed under arrest. And we do get audio at some point in time on this feed. Here comes the second person there being placed into cuffs. We still don't have audio of the scene. I believe we get it here in the next few moments.
Sidewalk. Please get on the sidewalk. Please get on the sidewalk.
Okay, so that was just moments ago there. We will continue to monitor these scenes here. All just coming at one time. Let's go to both of our screens here. The one from just moments ago showing the moment that this all happened in our live feed there. We will continue to monitor this. Okay, so let's go back over to live back here where we have that feed from just moments ago. We will continue to monitor this scene there. If anything advances, you guys know where to find coverage. That will conclude this Brookland News special report. Stand by with us. We'll be back on the air here in just a second for Brookland News Live. Okay, welcome back into Brookland News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. We are... Apologies, still difficulties. There we go, back to Brookland News Live here. It's so good to be with you all. I'm Jackson Mitchell. Protesters just moments ago seen jumping on cars outside of a Louisville courtroom in the Breonna Taylor case. Sentencing said to be ongoing right now at this hour. We are monitoring for what the judge, a Trump appointee, will say, and will bring you that. So, we will monitor what goes on outside that courtroom. Again, that all those developments happening within the last few minutes or so that we saw this. We will continue to monitor this scene over there in Louisville, Kentucky. See officers there getting the scene under control, to say the least, now. Let's go over here live where things stand there. Maybe a patrol vehicle backing out and leaving at this moment. Protesters seem to either be moved out of frame or moved completely because officers arrived on scene there, stopping them. So that is something that we will monitor here. The British Parliament is still meeting over in the UK and is speaking on and asking questions to the British Foreign Minister. Let's go live there and listen in here for a little bit longer.
And today's international statement, Israel has rejected such appeals. So I ask again, please, what are the additional steps that he told the Foreign Affairs Committee that we will take to break this cruel blockade and get aid to those desperately in need?
Well, my honourable friend will have heard the statement that I've made today and the extra steps that we are taking in terms of humanitarian aid, and he will have seen the statement alongside 31 international partners on the fact that this war must come to an end and that aid must get in. And he's right to condemn the aid system. We warned Israel about reducing the aid points to 4. And now we're seeing the horrors in front of our eyes. And I remind them again about their obligations to international humanitarian law and my worry that they are being breached.
Rupert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We rightly refunded UNRWA, but since then, aid has become a daily death trap and starvation widespread. Our calls for a ceasefire only saw the last one get broken, and now, as he pointed out, the chilling order to forcibly displace an entire population of 2 million people, condemned by ex-Israeli PM Ehud Barak. What more concrete are we doing to stop the man-made destruction of Gaza, 35 hospitals, hostages, soldiers and civilians before our very eyes? Because history will not judge this well, and words are not working.
Well, can I say we stand with the international community in all of our efforts, and in terms of what comes next, we support the Arab plan. We're working with Arab partners to improve that plan and to get to a day after, which we can get to if we get that ceasefire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gaza's facing a catastrophic famine-like conditions and people are dying in appalling circumstances. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is fundamentally failing to properly distribute adequate humanitarian aid and is turning distribution into another front line in Gaza. So I ask the Foreign Secretary, what actions is he taking to ensure that UN NGOs can get into Gaza and deliver humanitarian aid that Gazans desperately need?
Well, can I reassure my honourable friend that I spoke to the UN about this last week. We're working with the UN, and I was pleased that they saw the World Food Programme able to get some extra trucks in. We will continue to work closely with them. We believe that they must be a fundamental part of a system that distributes aid to the people of Gaza.
Pamela Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my right honourable friend for his statement this afternoon, and I note the agreement reached with the 30 other nations. However, as we know, Israel has already rejected it. It seems to me that Israel is becoming more and more emboldened by the lack of concrete action by the international community. And while people starve or are killed while they're queuing for food, while those sheltering in the Caritas Jerusalem shelter were bombed at the weekend, it really does begin to look as though there is genocide unfolding before our eyes. I realise that the Foreign Secretary will want to take a legalistic view of that, but to those of us looking at it from a moral and a logical point of view, there can be no other words for it. And while I understand and I agree with the Foreign Secretary that recognising the state of Palestine will not bring this to an end, it would at least give the people of Palestine something to cling on to and some hope. So can we please not discount the opportunities to raise that issue and
Alrighty,
to
that is going to conclude our long day of coverage on this I'm sorry, on this Monday afternoon. There is so much that we are continuing to follow at this hour, and we will continue to do exactly that. Give me just 1 second here. And we are going to continue doing exactly that. A look at the feeds we are following at this hour. There is so much and so much we are continuing to follow. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end on this Monday afternoon. It's now 1:39 p.m. We are going to conclude here. It's been a pleasure to be with you throughout the last little bit. Thanks for watching. You have been watching Brooklyn News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. We'll probably see you tomorrow. Very likely we'll see you tomorrow. Stories can be found over at brooklynnews.com. And don't forget to follow me on all my social media pages, which can be found, I believe, in the YouTube. If you click on the channel and then you go to About, information can be found there. But we are going to conclude our coverage here. You've been watching Brooklyn News Live.